Okay, the Human Resources Committee has reconvened in public session in order to take any action if necessary on the items discussed in closed session. Are there any open session questions for Exhibit A and B, and is there a motion?
I move approval of employee recommendations, Exhibit A and B.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Levy and seconded by Board Member Schneider. Board Member A. Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. On to item 3A, next meeting date. The next meeting date for the Human Resource Committee, which is a committee of the whole, is Tuesday, May 16th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Greg Schneider. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All right, we are adjourned. And we will start our regular business meeting in about 3 minutes. I'm going to call to order the May 2nd, 2023 regular board meeting at 7:15 p.m. Mrs. Shope, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Sorry, 1 second. Brian Anderson.
Here.
Megan Miller. Present. Greg Schneider.
Present.
Amy Levy. Here. Brian Nichols.
Here.
Spencer Anderson is unable to be with us tonight. And Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present except Spencer Anderson.
Okay. So the Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation. And I'd like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. All right, item C, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion for approval of the agenda?
Board President Levy, I have a question. Could we possibly move item 7A to after 1D?
To 1D?
After 1D?
Okay. Well, we can. Is it the other board members weigh in? Fine with that? Okay. So we'll make that adjustment. Any other action for the approval before the approval of the agenda? Do you want to make the motion then?
Sure, I move approval of the agenda as amended.
Okay.
A second.
All right, it's been moved by Board Member Megan Miller and seconded by Board Member Brian Nichols. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. Motion passes unanimously. Pledge of Allegiance. I will lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Mr. Show, do we have public comment tonight?
Yes, we do have public comment. I have one that I received via email, and then I have several for people that are here.
Okay. So let me work on this part first. All right. Board of Education meetings are conducted for the purpose of carrying on the business of the schools. The board, as a representative body of the School District of Beloit, wishes to provide an avenue for individuals to express interest in and concern for the schools. Accordingly, the public is invited to attend any session of the board or any meetings of the board committees. At every regular board meeting, time is set aside for the personal presentation of individuals or group comments. Each person wishing to speak during this time shall complete the public comment card with their first and last name, home address, including city and state, if other than Wisconsin, topic to be addressed, and whether you are speaking for or against this topic. The comment card shall then be given to the board secretary for entering into the public record. Each person will be given up to 3 minutes to speak on their topic of interest or concern. Should the individual require translation assistance, a translator may be of the individual's choosing or one provided by the district. Public comments requiring translation will be given 6 minutes. The Board of Education asks that individuals complete the public comment card, give it to the board secretary, and approach the microphone when called upon. Norms for public comment during board meetings. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Order will be followed at all times. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and ordered meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Mrs. Shope, you can start with the email first.
Okay. The email that I have is from Alicia Wash. For the last 13 plus years, I've been an educator in this district. I was part of the previous reconfiguration and the current one. I wanted to express my support for this current reconfiguration, as I think many people are forgetting the two goals of this reconfiguration and making statements that are not accurate. The most important two concerns this district faces are increasing student achievement and financial sustainability. Our superintendent and the school board have made a decision that keeps those two things at the forefront of doing what is best for Beloit students. To reverse this decision or support the delay of this reconfiguration would cause students, families, and staff more challenges than solutions. I was part of the reconfiguration team and also attended a couple of the open community sessions. I wanted to clear the air that there were things done without public knowledge, just the contrary. On the committee, there was parent representation, staff representatives, and administrators. All presentations and information shared were the same for both the reconfiguration team and those that attended the public open sessions. If you review the slides and the information from both ongoing meetings, it is quite clear that we are very lucky even to have two intermediates still open based on enrollment numbers and facility costs, as all grades 6 through 8 could fit into Aldrich. But here we are with two intermediates that have had the most facility updates done. That's the reality we are currently faced with. I understand that many are upset about how the West Side feels unsupported or represented in this, but divisions such as location or inconvenience should not stop us from doing what is best to pull resources together and increase student achievement and financial sustainability in this district. To delay this reconfiguration would cause the district to delay the inevitable and continue to spend beyond our means. The logistics of a reconfiguration are sustainable, and the more time this is pushed off, the more difficult it is to plan for this upcoming school year. This reconfiguration has the opportunity to give Beloit a much-needed reset, a chance to create elementary and intermediate schools that increase student achievement and pull resources and expertise together. Believe me when I say I know how hard this is. I was a first-year teacher when Royce closed. It was scary and devastating, but I am a much more resilient educator and experienced educator now. I support this reconfiguration and believe this is an opportunity for our community to unite. No longer East Side versus West Side, but rather one Beloit that can be Beloit proud and create two intermediates, reset our elementary schools back to K-5 that increases student achievement and is financially sustainable. Thank you, Alicia Wash, dedicated professional educator in the school district of Beloit.
Call up the first speaker.
The first speaker I have is Teresa Johnson at, I also have then Shar Fiedler, who's yielding her time.
Teresa Johnson, 1621 Indian Road. Last time I was here, I suggested the district considered some old school, cost-free practices to improve academics and classroom behaviors. Specifically, I encouraged the district to eliminate the practice of social promotion in grades K through 8. Tonight, the cost-free change I encourage you to consider is the district's adoption of the 0 is 50% grading scale. This system of 0 is 50 is the second worst example of grade inflation I've seen just after social promotion. Grade inflation is the act of routinely awarding to a group of students grades higher than what is earned or deserved. Grade inflation is a result of declining academic standards. As a former middle school teacher in the district, last year I was informed that no student was to receive a grade less than 50%, regardless of whether or not the work had been attempted, whether or not the student chose to use the assignment to write comments about Yo Mama or as spitballs, or whether or not the student was even present in class. I actually had to give a score of 50% to a student I hadn't even met. Grade inflation is not unique to Beloit. Grading systems have historically been contentious and open to bias and subjectivity by educators. I doubt there is one perfect system. However, we can make improvements. The traditional grading system is the AF system based on the scale of 100%. The system is problematic because the failing range is the majority of the scale, 0 to 59, while the passing grades account for only 40% of the scale. The district's 0 is 50 scale is also problematic. This scale ignores that there is anything below 50%. It brings to mind the tales of the Prairie Home Companion in the beautiful Lake Wobegon, where all the children are above average. When I inquire as to why the district went to this new scale, I was told it was so students who were at 0% did not feel so discouraged to prevent them from even trying to improve their score because the failing F-span is so large to overcome. This way of thinking, decreasing the distance to success, seems to me to be in conflict of also having social promotion. If a student is too overwhelmed with getting from 0 to 60% and they know they will be promoted to the next grade level regardless, what is their motivation to even try? Another issue with the 0 to 50% grading system is that teachers have students who genuinely try and still only score 50%. Many teachers see this as an injustice to these students who put forth an effort. Some teachers take the 0 to 50 scale literally and simply adjust the grading by compressing it upwards, making an inflated, compressed scale. Parents may believe their student is making an effort because they've received a 50% in Skyward, when in reality, the student may not have even turned in anything all year. Like many other natural phenomena, the distribution of human intelligence follows the standard bell curve. Hence, a reasonable grading scale would also be based on the bell curve. The grading scale makes achieving the highest and lowest extremes more difficult and is reflective of the actual distribution of human intelligence. I empathize with students who struggle. There are times when the challenges before us are daunting, yet ignoring them is not a solution. We must teach our children and our students to be creative and critical thinkers in order to overcome some of the problems they will face in their lifetime. We must also train them to be resilient in taking on these challenges. Right now, the kindest thing we can do for our youth, aside from solving the current global issues ourselves, which we can and should, is to provide them with a strong education and the ability for them to be as brave in the face of adversity. Let's not give everyone a pass because they feel overwhelmed. Let's give them a realistic grading scale and the resources they need to be successful. I encourage the district to go old school and eliminate the 0 to 50 grading scale. Let's raise our academic standards and our expectations by increasing classroom support for our students and our teachers. Let's go old school in our approach to academics and truly meet students where they are academically with the love, the care, and the support they need and deserve. Thank you.
Our next person is David Ramirez Carrera.
My name is David Ramirez Carrera. I reside at 556 Highland Avenue in the beautiful city of Beloit, Wisconsin. I had a speech written out. It was going to be about factors and stats and all that type of cool stuff. But this is just super personal for me. I got to Beloit at the age of 12 years old. My first school that I came to was, I'm a Lancer. It was the McNeil School. I remember playing hockey in the hallways, Red House, all that stuff. When I got to the high school, they gave us that speech about the Warriors, or how Audrey's is blue and we're red and we come together and we become purple. And like, there's a whole big variety of that speech. The people coming into our town right now, making the big decisions, aren't even from here. They're looking at this as the North and the South when we know we have the East and the West. If you're from Beloit, you believe in that river because that's what it is. And no matter how you try to redo and reconfigure, if we don't attack what the lady in front of me just said, it's the inflation of the grades. We're not paying attention to the actual systems that are grading our kids. That's the difference. It doesn't matter which building we shut down because it makes the more sense, because it needs the most upkeep. Like, there's research to be done on everything, not just on that type of stuff. Like, I still haven't seen any numbers of why our kids are getting these type of grades. Everything the lady said, where is the research team for that? Where is the committee that's going to choose to be able to say, you know what, let's dig into that? Why do we got to figure out the buildings? Like, to me, just to leave the west side with no school over here, like, why? How does that even make sense? Like, parents are going to have to redo their whole life pretty much in the mornings and the evenings to be able to figure out those buses. Like, if you're not from Beloit, you don't understand that. And if you are from Beloit, you do. So, like, everything you guys been talking about, like, I get it. There's stuff that as a community we don't see. There's numbers that are there. Our budgeting sucks. We should have been done something about budgeting about 20 years ago. And we're sitting here trying to reconfigure everything, trying to make it make sense for the budget. Like, we're trying to cover holes that aren't there, and the ones that are there, we're trying to just, leave open? Like, this is personal for me because it's not just about the kids. My kids is your guys' kids. It's the kid. I was just at the gas station. The gas station person had a little baby in his arm, 1 year old. I'm paying for my stuff, and this baby is watching everything as the dad is punching the numbers, the receipt paper coming out of the machine, the way he was handling the change. Like, to me, like, I saw that kid, and it's like, when that kid, he's going to be 1 year old tomorrow. That's what the parent told me. When that kid goes to the school, what kind of school are we going to send that kid to? Like, we're older already. I'm 38 years old. Like, I'm not going back to middle school. Like, that's not for me. But there's kids that are coming after us that this is for them. So figure it out. But, man, y'all suck.
While we do recognize that this is a very personal decision and it may affect all of us in different ways, that's unacceptable. I said this at a couple of meetings before, and I'll just be clear again. The best space for us to deal with these difficult issues that we have to deal with is to, one, let's try to stay in right relationship with each other. When I say right relationship, that means that even if we have a difference of opinion, that we'll still be respectful to each other. I'm 46 years old. I lived on the east side and the west side of Beloit. I done walked all over Beloit, rode a bike all over Beloit, just like everybody else. I have 2 children here. What we have to do in these moments that we are in is demonstrate to our children how we're going to proceed, because, as you said, some of these issues have existed longer than starting the 3rd year of the term that I've served or anybody up here. So we're going to walk our way through this decision and move together as a community, but we have to have some restraint in how we talk to each other. Next.
The next person I have is Mary Ann Ewing.
Hello. How you doing? I live here in Beloit. I'm a crossing guard. I've been a crossing guard for 49 years here in Beloit, and I enjoy my job. I enjoy seeing the children grow up. I love the nationality of the children, and if I'm not there, they want to know where I'm at. And when I come back, where you been? If I miss 1 or 2 days, I want you back. Try to do your appointments around our schooling. They don't give us no raise. They try to criticize us. We got people trying to run us over and kill us. And when we take it to the Beloit police, they don't want to come out and help because it has something to do with the children. To me, you got children also. So it should take in consideration. Come out and help me. I do crossing guard over at the town line. To me, I call that I-90 number 2. Because the semis come through, they ride the whole street instead on one side. We got people doing 50 and 60 miles an hour down town line. I sometimes have to step out and try to make these cars stop. Try not to go out in the street because some of them fly right by me. When I call the police, it's like a guessing thing. Am I going to go out there? We got time to come out there and talk? No, they don't. I don't see them. I might see the police in 2 days. I give them the information. They don't do nothing about it. So with me being a school car, I'm not going nowhere. I'm staying where I'm at. God didn't tell me to come and do this for children just to give it up. There's a lot of people that won't do it. But me, I enjoy my job. And I do Hackett and Cunningham. And I'm kind of concerned, where is my job going to be at when BLA comes over there? Am I going to still have a crossing guard job over at Cunningham? I know Hackett School is already zipped in. So I'm not going nowhere from there, but I'm worried about Cunningham. So if somebody could help me on that part, I would appreciate it. Because we need more crossing guards, subs, permanent positions. We can't get nobody to come in and talk about being a sub. Oh no, it's too cold outside. Snow, sleet, and hail, cold, summer, fall. I've been out there with it all. Almost freezing, but I dress for the weather. So 49 years, I enjoy my job. So everybody knows who I am. So if you need anything, just call me. I'm going to be there whether you want to or not. My car broke down, cut the bus for almost 6 months. Couldn't get a ride from nobody, but I was on time at job. So everybody in here, I'm Mary Ann Ewing. You want to say hi? I'm at Hackett or Cunningham. Thank you all for listening.
Our next person is Allison Semrau. Is Allison here to speak?
Check next door. Check next door.
Oh, there she is.
Okay.
All right, y'all, I'm back. Allison Semrau, 2029 4th Avenue, West Side. All right, I just want to reiterate my abhorrence in the regards to the reconfiguration of the middle schools. The West Side has over half of the population of the school district of Beloit. Overlooking that and all of the bad things that will happen because of this, I just can't see how y'all haven't talked about this more. Busing students across town is absurd. I have a hard time seeing that anybody is in support of this, especially when you really look into the problems with it. You're losing community schools and busing. Here's a few of the things that are going to happen. Not might, they will. It will increase absenteeism. It will lower test scores. It will decrease graduation rates. It will lower family engagement. It will increase bullying and harassment, which we have a huge problem with already. And on the buses, the bus company nor the school district will take any kind of responsibility for that bullying and harassment. So those kids are just going to suffer for nothing. The big thing is this is going to steal a large amount of time from our children. That is, that's a sad thing. Kids don't deserve to lose an hour of their day, every week. It's wrong. It will have a devastating effect on sleep. We all know how important sleep is for our kids, right? This is going to, for the west side, of course. The east side, you'll still be all right. But every one of these kids on the west side will lose sleep every day. Every day. They will not get as much exercise. All of these things are proven in research. These are huge problems. The district will bleed students to open enrollment because of this. West side isn't going to want to drive that far every day. They're not going to want their kids on a bus for an hour every day. All those kids, you want to keep kids in the district. You want to stop the open enrollment. Why aren't you listening to the west side? You're actively creating barriers. You're making choices that will undoubtedly create detrimental outcomes for our kids. These choices are definitely not partnering with families as per your mission. Do we feel like we're being partnered with? No, we don't. So all that being said, the outpouring of dissent from our community, and then on top of that, y'all decide, we're going to put summer school all in those schools, reiterating that you basically do not care what the West Side needs or wants or what is best for students. And I love the school district of Beloit. You know, I have always been an avid supporter, but I assure you that if you ever want to pass a referendum, this decision will stop that. The West Side will not have it. We will not come out and we will not vote yes for it. And that will be the downfall of the district. And I think you all know that. Thanks.
Next, I have Mary Ann Sveum.
Mary Ann Sveum, 1131 Richer Street in Beloit. Thank you for putting it on the agenda to be discussed tonight, but that's not enough. You can't just put it on the agenda. You have to reverse this decision. It's a bad decision. It's bad for the West Side. It's bad for the East Side. I don't know. There seems to be a misunderstanding maybe of what the superintendent is putting out about statements that he did make this open to the public. But we know that he didn't because there was an attorney that was brought in and then it was open to the public. So when you all voted on this, it wasn't announced, it wasn't on an agenda. That's not being transparent and that's not being open and that's not inviting us to give our opinions. You're seeing our opinions tonight and 2 weeks ago you heard them. When the superintendent did ask for public input, he seemed to ignore it because from what we've heard, there's nobody that wanted both West Side schools closed. And about busing. If you do that to the West Side, if you take the 6th to 8th grade students and put them on the buses, think about the cost to taxpayers. Think about the added traffic congestion, the inconvenience to students and parents, problems getting and vetting drivers. And I know from experience that riding the bus can be a very upsetting and even dangerous experience. We had one time, our driver was insulted by one of the students that was on our bus. And she got so upset that we're lucky she didn't drive that bus into the Rock River. She took us over to the bus barns and parked that bus and refused to take us home. We had to find our own way. So that was quite a few years ago. And we know now that the students are no better behaved, and probably far worse than they were when I was going over to Aldridge. So again, I want to ask you to revisit this. Consider how the property values on the west side will go down when we do not have any middle schools. What kind of advantage would that bring to the west side? And that's kind of less important than it is important for the students to have those schools to go to. If you have to close one of them, then choose to close one of them. Don't close both. Thank you.
I'm going to clarify some inaccurate information. The reconfiguration meetings that Dr. Garrison had, he formed a committee where he sought input from district employees and parents that volunteered that he selected. That was his work that the board assigned to him. Now, the administrator chose to go about that work was his work. It was not an ad hoc committee. There was no posting of a meeting because it was the administrator's work. A citizen thought that those meetings should have been open. The district has a lawyer. The citizen had a lawyer. Our lawyer disagrees with the citizen's lawyer. To remedy what the citizen felt was a problem, Dr. Garrison held an additional 3 meetings. So there was more input that was involved for even others that were not a part of the first group. That is how that was handled. So the idea that a secret meeting was had or something illegal took place is not true.
The next person I have is John Acom.
John Acom, 2103 West Collingswood Drive, Beloit, Wisconsin. Post-pandemic, there's been some nationwide erosion in public school enrollment. It fell by 1.3 million people across the nation, or 3%, according to the latest federal data. When I served on the school board, enrollment in our school district was over 7,000. 3% of 7,000 is 210. This district's enrollment has dropped by over 2,000 students. That's a staggering 30%, 10 times the national average. The population of the city of Beloit has not declined. I believe that retaining enrollment should be one of the top priorities of this school board. My expectation is that this board, in collaboration with district personnel, has already developed a comprehensive written plan, including both enhanced marketing and an examination of all policies and practices in order to rebuild enrollment. Which brings me to my main point. Creating a middle school desert on Beloit's west side by closing Cunningham and McNeil will invariably cause some west side families to look at options other than the school district of Beloit. Rather than sending kids across town riding on a poorly supervised bus, some affected families may choose to homeschool their children. Others may look at other school options. Many families will prefer to drive or carpool their children rather than have them subjected to lengthy bus rides. These families have options. The map device on my computer tells me that a drive from McNeil to Aldrich takes 13 minutes, and the trip to Fruzen from McNeil would take 14 minutes. A 9 or 10-minute commute to Lincoln Academy or Rock County Christian would, of course, be shorter. A 13 or 14-minute commute can also bring kids to Beloit Turner or OLA. Or Fruitville Parker is just a slightly longer 17-minute drive. Moreover, the proposed middle school desert on Beloit's west side will lower property values and slow economic development on that side of our community. So, I implore you, please do the right thing. and move to a plan with one middle school on each side of town. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeff Klett.
Hi, I'm Jeff Klett, 1980 Boulder Lane, Beloit, Wisconsin. First of all, as a former board member and president on 2 occasions, I want to thank each of you for serving. I know what it's like to sit up there. It can be contentious sometimes, and I know the work you put in for it. But having been a former board member and president, we're not always right. And we don't always agree with the superintendent, and that's okay. I can tell you that going back to Amy, when you were here one time when I was the board president, we were going to eliminate your position because the superintendent didn't want it anymore. We heard from the public, and we went from voting that position out to 7-0 to keeping it because the people spoke. Dr. Garrison, when you came to Beloit, I saw an interview in the paper that you did. And one of the things you said that was important to you was to get the feedback from the community and from the teachers and to apply that. Well, you have people in this room tonight that are talking. They don't like what they're hearing. Not saying it's a bad plan, but there's a lot of details left out. There's a lot of people that felt they really did not get the opportunity. Now, maybe they did and they didn't understand it, but they're talking tonight. They talked at the last meeting that we're not comfortable today. We don't have to rush into this to get it done. You have an opportunity here tonight. Because of the simple taste is incredibly delicious. I taste incredibly delicious? That's amazing. I think my wife finds that out. You have an opportunity tonight to unite the community and step back and say, we're going to move forward, educate us better, look at different alternatives, or you can vote to go straight ahead and divide the community. That's your choice.
Our next speaker is Seth Anderson.
Good evening, Seth Anderson, 1003 North Street, Beloit, Wisconsin. Lots of familiar faces. Many of you know me, some of you don't. But I was born in Beloit Memorial Hospital. I was a Gaston Tiger before they were Bandits. I was a McNeil Lancer, and I was a Purple Knight. Spent my entire career on the West Side. It's been great. It was great for me. It's been great for my family. Today, I stand before you. I'm pushing 40 years old. I have a 17-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 1-year-old. My 17-year-old, now the 17-year-old and the 9-year-old, we've open enrolled to get out of this district. Last year, my 17-year-old, she was accepted into Turner. She decided not to go because she wanted to finish with her friends. My 9-year-old, we didn't give him the choice. I spent $7,000 a year sending my son to OLA just so we don't have to deal with this district. It's gone downhill that badly. I want to let you know that as it sits right now, my 1-year-old, he'll never see the inside of a Beloit District school. You need to keep the West Side schools open. Focus on what your job is, which is raising student academics, our test scores. And man, I really hope you guys do the right thing. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Carol Fox.
They were supposed to. Hopefully I won't need all of that time. My name is Carol Fox, and I live at 1607 Crescent Drive. And I've been here before, and I've been communicating with the board. But I still have concerns over the recent decision to close the middle schools on on the west side of town and transport the kids across town. I first want to state, I don't believe that the concern here tonight is at all about the grade band reconfiguration. If you rescind the motion that you made on April 4th, you won't be rescinding that piece. You passed that motion in February. All this is about is which middle schools should be used. I understand that we need to go down to 2 schools. The financial concerns of this district are huge. I understand we need to go down to 2 schools. I sent you all a document recently with a data that I believe shows this decision really seriously needs to be reconsidered. I have copies of the document with me if anybody's interested. And I also recently had a conversation with Dr. Garrison about many of these issues. One of the questions that I've asked a couple of times and asked him again was why the choice of the East Side schools? It does not, to me, seem like a logical choice. And he answered that those schools had the better amenities. He has a point, but there are pros and cons to the use of any building. I'm going to assume here that the true choice is really Aldridge or Cunningham. Again, for instance, a new school, McNeil go Lancers, but it's an older building and it's not that in that great of a location for the needs of the district at this point. So let's look at some positives and negatives of Aldridge and then Cunningham. Aldridge does have 2 cafeterias, 2 gyms, 1 stage, 1 auditorium, and it is the largest building. Those are the positives. The negatives, it's an older building. It's not likely very energy efficient. It sits on a very busy street, and it has no designated place for cars or buses, and it already has huge traffic problems around the school. I live on the east side. I avoid it as much as I can. Cunningham, well, some negatives are that it's remodeled. The remodeled part of that building was more elementary, and that may not be so good for middle school students. And there's also no stage or auditorium. On the other hand, the positives, it's a newer building, which should make it more energy efficient. It does have a cafeteria and a gym and a courtyard, but it also has a designated traffic lanes for the buses and the traffic. And it's in a good location in the neighborhood. So in my data, I'm going to briefly hit some high points. Some other people have mentioned some of these things. There are about 300 more 4K through 8th grade students on the west side of town. And they mostly live in a 3 square mile area. The top of Fruzen's district is empty.
Right. Does someone have 3 minutes you want to yield to?
They seeded. They were supposed to seed.
Please fill out the card and turn it in. You got 3 more. Okay.
Okay. Cunningham sits centrally in that area. And the west side has no hazardous areas that require any kind of busing just because it's a hazardous area, but the east side does. With some consideration for crossing guards, and thank you to the crossing guard, maybe we need to get her a stoplight at Town Line. At key points, all the west side, or most of the west side, 6 through 8 students could walk to school. Therefore, what I see is that the board has decided to close a newly remodeled building, which sits in the middle of a densely populated neighborhood, and bus students who could walk to school to the other side of town. Because Aldridge has a stage. Do you need 2 cafeterias and 2 gyms? An auditorium? Fruzen also doesn't have any of those things. So the district will be busing over 500 more students than it's currently busing, requiring a minimum of 10 more buses. The average cost to transport a student to school in 2021 using national figures was about $1,197. Using these statistics, the district will be conservatively spending $600,000 a year on busing alone. That's conservatively. And this does not take into account the financial costs to family, which I also outlined in my report. When you are driving 8, 10, 12 miles, you're spending about $10. I have asked about and looked for any of the data that the board used to make this decision. I've not found any data on board docs. I've been all over it. I see information on enrollment and building capacity. I see no other information that was reviewed by this board. I'm concerned that the board is not doing its own research or asking for the research to be done. There's nothing I can find in the board documents that would indicate you looked at any information of the type that I shared, or even the fiscal implications of your recent decisions. For example, where is the cost analysis comparing how much it would cost to bus all the students to the west side, to the east side, and comparing that with if you were going to just bus the east side students to Fruzen, how much would that cost? I see none of that out there. None of the information that I was looking for would be confidential or require anything to be closed or redacted. Yet I'm not finding anything that would indicate that as a board, you have looked at any data about this project. In fact, what I can glean from the board documents is you had no board meeting or committee meeting where you reviewed information about this proposal prior to the April 4th meeting. On April 4th, several of you stated that you had individual meetings with the superintendent. So on April 4th, with just individual meetings and no real board discussion in committee or elsewhere, you went from being presented to the proposal to approval in 50 minutes. I believe that is wrong. I still believe that the decision about which middle school to use should be reviewed by a true committee of stakeholders, one that reviews the data, the fiscal implications, and the busing plans. Have you even talked to the bus company? I'm not finding anything that says you did that.
Ms. Fox?
I'm sorry. However, yeah. Thank you. I don't need 3 more minutes. I think at the very least, you need to have a special board meeting where you have an open, honest discussion and show the data and look at the data, because you need to prove to these people, if you're going to do this, that that is the right decision. Thank you.
Next.
The next person I have is Tom Johnson with Cheryl Hengeveld at 1326 8th Street and Jen Papke at 14 Jackman Street in Janesville, both yielding time.
I never thought I would be standing at this podium again. I always believed that as a retired superintendent, there's a way of decorum to go away. But finding myself the only former superintendent to live in Beloit and pay taxes in Beloit, I will not stay silent any longer. I will say that I see current administrators in the room today, and I'm not sure if they're here compulsory or voluntarily, but I find it hard-pressed for some of the people that I know that they would be able to come up here, address the board, and say they are 100% in for closing West Side middle schools. I do want to thank the board for placing this on the agenda. I understand you need to close schools, and I support it. I simply think closing both West Side schools was an erroneous decision. As stated before, you have equal number of students on either side of town. I heard recently a former respected principal who's in the room also tell me that we need to keep Cunningham for when it becomes an elementary school. Now, I don't want to pick on any schools. I actually want to fill this one up to capacity, honestly. But you've got Merrill as your lowest enrollment elementary school. Are you going to tell me you're going to bus kids from Merrill someday to Cunningham? Because that's pretty similar to busing the West Side east. Of course not. You would fill Merrill, you would move students around, you would make decisions about closures, and you'd keep it to that side of town, most likely. If this is about an idea that enrollment in the short term is going to rise to some new level, that is fantastical thinking. There has to be more resets before that's going to happen in this town. I find the board process of coming to a decision a couple weeks ago very interesting. I'm really curious where the sausage was actually made for you folks. We are to believe that, as stated before, you showed up one night, you heard a presentation, and you voted all in one time. That's pretty amazing. That's also out of the cadence of normal board order. That night I watched at home, and it's like all of the roles were perfectly orchestrated. I'm not saying it was, you had a meeting, an illegal meeting somewhere, but I'm saying you had the fence sitter, you had the tough questioner, you had the, I don't know, but we got to do this tonight. Our teachers deserve to know tonight. Well, Board Member Schneider, when he said that, he was absolutely right. But it actually, the problem is that they deserve to know this months ago, especially the people that won't have jobs next year. The way the timing that was held in conjunction with the election was the ultimate deceit to your public. The fact of the matter is you've known for months. You've known for months you were going to do this. You knew before you started these listening sessions it was K5, 6, 8, 9, 12. Great. Let me remind you that the research on configuration shows it really doesn't matter. So what you do with that new configuration is going to be important. But you've known. You've known. You knew you were going to close these schools, and yes, you had these meetings, and yes, you talked about school closures, but bluntly, it should have been stated.
So
we're either
you're at your 3 minutes.
I have 9.
Okay. All right.
The fact of the matter is that this should have been shared from the beginning, and bluntly, we are here, community, to close 2 West Side middle schools or 2 East Side middle schools. Be prepared. Bluntly, it was all lost in the jargon. So where was the sausage made? We know as a public, and I know as a former superintendent, there were lots of discussions about this. Were they all in individual board member meetings? Were they in other parts of boards? My God, you've evaluated the superintendent or discussed his evaluation in closed session more times than any other superintendent in the last 30 years. What was going on in there? Even the untrained observer knows it's not right to not discuss this publicly. This should have been board meetings, special board meetings, consultations, data, etc. We're to believe this was all done in one meeting with one presentation. And honestly, if this was individual board member meetings and games of telephone night and day between the superintendent and board members, you are working him to death. You are wasting his time. This should have been done in regular order. I haven't heard much humility from the board in recent years, and some board members that I'd like to address are unfortunately or fortunately not here today, not seated today. I recently heard at a board meeting it said, we haven't had a business manager for a year. You're darn right you haven't, and that's your fault. And it's actually the fault of the prior administration. I know people in the business community. I know you had applicants. I know you had qualified people. What I don't understand is the lack of headhunting, interviewing, and force from the board onto that administration to say, get it done. And in the process of that year, you lost your finance director as well. I will say that you were misserved from the previous administration, and I don't say that lightly. I don't want to talk about other administrators or previous administrations, but that is a fact. I saw way too many lies from this podium going to this board and boards previously in recent years, and you took it. Maybe there was a reason the superintendent didn't want to fill that position. Maybe it would expose the financial calamity that was coming, that I've spoken to a few of you about, saying, what are you doing? This leads into the fact that the board and some of you that have served on, you didn't balance budgets for 2 years. I got to tell you, as a superintendent and talking to a former business manager I work with, we didn't know that was an option. We did not know we could just say, we're not balancing it for a couple years. It's not an option. You've robbed the fund balance. You've allowed the policy to be changed in the last administration to take away the mandate to keep it above a certain percentage. What is it now, a recommendation? The freedom to tap that emergency fund has recently been concerning, but it's just not an option to say we're not going to balance the budget this year. I sat in old boardrooms, and I know some of you up there have too, making budget cuts. 1 year, $6 million, we were told in April. We have to make $6 million cuts now. That wasn't easy, but we had to do it. You didn't have a choice. That was a terrible mistake of the last few years, and I feel terrible that it's dumped on this administration to fix. What bothers me most is that the people that helped do this to you and this community were left to leave with shining recommendations, zero accountability in the night. In summation, some reflection is clearly needed. Some better understandings of the city dynamics are needed. One of the best professors I ever had says, when you're making decisions, you have to consider the internal and external components. You have to, mainly, the third and most important part, the ripple effect. What I have seen in recent years is a complete failure to anticipate the ripple effect from decisions. This doesn't mean you don't make difficult ones or unpopular ones, but it means you're prepared for the ripple. And sometimes that ripple will tell you, you might have made a mistake. You might have not had your ducks in a row. One thing that's been brought up before is I'm not sure in the ripple of all this, you've really thought about the families that are talking about leaving the district if this stands. And I understand that there are certain populations that aren't represented in this room. You have to understand that there are some parents, many, who are afraid to come and speak to you. Not because you're mean people, but because they don't want to do something that's going to impact the potential reversal. They are afraid. There are language barriers. Some of these are my former families at Hackett and Memorial, who I've spoken to personally. If this goes through, you better believe I'll be asking next year to see your enrollment numbers on the west side. This feels honestly like no lessons were learned from the Even Start debacle. You have to pay attention to that ripple effect. You can't keep west side schools open for middle schools. You can keep it open for middle schools, and you can keep it open on the east side. It's easy. You can do both. And I'm not going to belabor what Carol already said about busing, but I'd like to know, is there a document that could be handed out tonight with that information? I doubt it. We need data. Regardless of what happens and what you do, please focus more on process and openness. You knew this for months. You knew what you were going to do. You waited till the 11th hour. Deceitful, in my opinion. The bottom line is we owe it to the students and families and those teachers, especially the ones that don't have a job now. We owed this to them 5 months ago. Thank you.
The next person I have is John Peterson.
Good evening. I'm John Peterson. I live on Turnberry Drive in Beloit. There's one thing, I don't know, I hear a lot about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and social, emotional, and learning. The busing will put tons of pressure on all of our children, or all the children on the west side explicitly, and all of those things, from the bullying and everything else. I don't know. I mean, you have to think about the demographics of all of our communities and where everybody's at. But then there's the financial side too. On the east side, we have the majority of higher value homes, unless you're farther out from the city. So you have to think about, you know, $100,000 house, $150,000 house, over a $200,000 house. So on the west side of the river, most average home sales are about $172,000, and that's the higher values. And then on the east side, the values can go from $250,000 in my neighborhood to $400,000 or $500,000. So there's a large financial conflict that goes along with this, because you're depressing and suppressing the poor population on the west side of the river and giving benefit to the richer side on the east. And that is horrible. I mean, when you think about it, how you're going to separate, you, the board, are going to separate these people in that way. You are segregating our community financially. People aren't thinking about that. And it's going to create strife. Then you're going to take these younger children who are going to be on a bus, take them over to the east side with the east side richer kids, and you're going to have another problem. And you're going to say, well, we're going to have to deal with those emotional things, and we're going to need to do this and do that. And, you know, you're going to see the Adderall just spike in the neighborhood, you know, but, you know, that just shouldn't happen. But anyhow, that's one thing. Now, here's another thing. Tonight, the board doesn't have to vote on this. They already voted to do this. So if they don't call for a vote and everybody leaves, it'll get quiet. At that point, if everybody in this room and everybody on the west side doesn't stand up and actually demand to maybe re-vote on all of these members, we can't vote on Amy Levy or Brian down there because they just got elected. But everybody else, all of these other members are recallable. That's the truth. They're all recallable, every one of them. And it needs to be said out there publicly. And we could actually have a vote, I think, the 1st of September. but it definitely needs to be brought up because none of these board members, and then the other thing we need to do is look at removing the superintendent because business decisions are just supposed to be one of his specialties. You just heard from another business person. It just is not happening. And maybe, no offense to the doc, but he's just not doing it. The other thing is all the meetings, not all private, some are open, some are closed. But as everybody said, the data has never been given out to us. Where was it published in the newspaper? Where were all the finances published? Where was the environmental impact study from all the diesel fuel from the buses? Where were all these funds that they always demand? But they didn't. They kept it quiet. All of these members need to be gone at some point. Have a good night.
The next person I have is Tina Peterson.
That's what I'm here for. In the next group.
Hi, my name is Tina. I'm at Peterson at 2387 Turnberry in Beloit. I'll speak up. I'm getting some signals over here. So I'm a mom. And I just consider all of our Beloit kids as my own. And the thought of putting kids on a bus for 10 hours a week is just gut-wrenching to me. So, you know, I can't imagine being able to squeeze in the before-school lunch programs that probably a lot of the West Side students qualify for. You know, we got to factor that in. But just the number of hours that the kids are going to lose, I think, is going to be detrimental to them for a long time. So, I mean, kids are pretty resilient and they get over things. But if we can avoid some of that bullying, some of the, you know, just being cooped up on a school bus and being able to sleep and be with their families a little bit longer, I think that needs to be weighed pretty heavily. So, I mean, I know y'all have heard it all night. So you're getting it, I think. But please, these are our kids, and all these hours on the bus are just detrimental to how they handle the rest of their day, how they learn, how they interact with everybody else. So I think that I'm begging to reconsider and leave one of the West Side schools open for the betterment of all the kids on that side of town. All right, thank you.
The next person I have is Dorothy Harrell and Sarisa Washington giving her time.
Good evening. Dorothy Harrell, 2284 Boulder Court here in Beloit. I first want to say thank you, Sean, for reminding us that this is a discussion about public education, children, and respect is something we need to show. I was kind of disturbed last week when someone referred to you as something you would ask about being low class. So I'm glad that's not going to happen again tonight. Respect should be paramount. I was born on the West Side. Beloit Memorial Hospital was on Olympian Boulevard. I went to Byrd School. I went to Royce School. I went to Cunningham School. And I lived right 2 blocks from this building on Chestnut. In 1960, I became a member of the first class that was bused from the West Side to Aldrich. And we went all 3 years at Aldrich, living on the West Side. Maybe that's when the brain drain began, because that's when the first decision was made to send kids from the West Side over to Aldrich. And then again later, there was the 222 system here in Beloit. And I think it was everybody that was in grade 9 and 10 all over the city went to Aldrich. Yep. So we've done things like this before. My only hope would be that there are some things that we've learned that would make it easier for us to transition, easier for the parents to make the decision on how to get things done come fall, and that those decisions are now being talked about and made with parents, students, and staff. I think that's the part for me that's very important. I'm not going to say that I'm thrilled about the reconfiguration, but I am going to support the idea that this is the time for that to happen. Renowned educator Jeffrey Canada says he ran the Harlem Children's Zone. He said, if we're going to talk about the achievement gap, we have to talk about ending poverty. That's not a discussion you hear in Beloit. That's not a discussion you hear any of our governmental bodies talking about. What are we going to do to address poverty in this community? You talk about poverty, you're going to talk about increasing the achievement gap. I mean, you're going to talk about decreasing the achievement gap and scores going up. But we don't have that discussion. I've appeared in front of this body before to say, school board, you need to meet with city council. You're my two elected local representatives. I need you to come together and talk about decisions about what we're going to do in this community about our kids. If our kids are our future, then that means all of us. I've gone to city council on 3 occasions to say, city council, I want you to meet with the school board and start to have this discussion. This has happened over the last couple of years. There has been no meeting. Dr. Keyser, when he was the superintendent, asked for the meeting on at least 4 occasions. Our previous city manager was opposed to having that meeting. So I went back to the council and I said, she's the city manager. You're my elected official. You call for that meeting. You don't need to have her in the meeting. They did not call for that meeting. So I think that in addition to the reconfiguration, one of the things that we need to do is have our city council and our school board come together and talk about education in this community and what it means for and about this community. There's lots of big questions to be asked and answered. And like the guy says, if we're going to talk about the achievement gap, we have got to talk about how we end poverty in this community. Thank you.
The next person I have is Rebecca Dement.
My name is Rebecca Dement. I reside at 1935 Highland Avenue. I am a proud 1999 BMHS graduate, a Janesville school teacher, a West Side parent with a 7th grader in the district, at Aldridge because of Joe Vridox and his staff holding students accountable, and unfortunately, a 5-year-old who this year is open enrolled in the school district of Turner, a choice my husband and I never would have dreamed we would be forced to make when we chose to raise our family in Beloit. So I am here tonight to address the root issue and cause behind why we are even here tonight talking about the closure of 2 schools. Let me be clear. We absolutely would not be in this situation of closing schools if the habitual discipline in our schools was handled consistently, properly, and effectively. For years, our Beloit teachers and admin have been handcuffed by the district office and school board to keep butts in the seats for funding purposes. And trust me when I say this is not working, because supportive parents who care and bleed purple about their child's education are leaving. What needs to happen is for this school board, each one of you sitting right here tonight, to stop attempting to thwart this bleeding of students to other districts by keeping the problematic students in our schools. These very problematic students are being empowered, accommodated, and allowed to wreak complete havoc on our schools, students, teachers, admin, staff on a daily basis, and staff cannot take much more. These daily toxic behaviors are creating dangerous learning environments that are non-conducive to teaching and learning, which is the reason parents like myself have left this once thriving district. And let's get it straight and not get it twisted. It is because of these chronic behaviors, low behavioral and academic standards, and lack of accountability in learning in our schools that we are a 1-star district. It is time for you to please address this root issue. Our children and teachers deserve a safe learning and a safe teaching environment where teachers and admin are supported to be able to teach students who want to learn and hold the students who continuously break these rules on a daily basis accountable. I challenge the district office and the school board to address these chronic behaviors and enforce the policies and code of conduct in our schools. And I can promise you that if you shift your focus to supporting our hardworking teachers, admin, and families, you will see families like myself return to the school district of Beloit, and we certainly wouldn't be needing to close 2 middle schools and laying off teachers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joanne Winfield.
Camera is this? Can you turn it off for me, please? I appreciate it. Thank you. How everybody doing today? Joanne Winfield, 1806 Park Avenue, Beloit, Wisconsin, class 99. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Just coming to spread some light. I figured you guys was going to get some rowdy people in here. No disrespect. I understand the frustration. Me on the board, that's probably was the hardest thing that I ever had to make a decision on, to be honest. I'm not here for that. I'm here to tell you that I and April Winfield was able to get 5 children through this district with the number of superintendents that we had and the number of boards that was not able to do what people in here are asking them to do, which is make a decision that's going to make one part of Beloit happy. Now, to say that, I say this, I pray for y'all's strength, because sitting in that chair, Mrs. McNichols is in, I kept it warm for you, brother. It's hard work. And some people in this room know that. But I'm not going to sit here and point the finger. I was able to do what my kids needed for, let me make sure I got the right dates. My oldest in 2015, and they went every year after that. So I know for a fact, as a parent, I didn't have to hold the board accountable. I worked with staff in this city that made sure that my kids was doing what they had to do, and we did what we had to do collectively. That's not happening no more in the city, and it hasn't happened in a long time. Us parents need to get back and start parenting our children. Once that, I got an amen. Once that happens, we won't be looking for the board to make decisions like this. It starts at home. Oh, I got a minute left. Hold on now. And I've told this story plenty of times. I remember when the last the configuration was 2012. They closed down Morgan. They closed down Wright. They closed down a bunch of schools. Mr. Winfield here had to travel through 4 different schools. But I did that because I knew that I had to do my part as a parent. Now, I'm not saying that to anybody else, but I'm just having to have an open mind and come with some ideas that will help this board be successful. Because I know for a fact, since my kids been in this district, we have yet to have a successful board. I was on the board last year. I wasn't easy, was I, Amy? She can't say anything. I wasn't easy to work with because I'm for the kids. I just advise us just to come together, work together, come with some ideas, and all this finger pointing has to stop. Praise God.
And the last person I have is Pam Charles.
I might need Rich Ramp. I might need if you could waive or yield your time for me. Thanks. So, go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Rich Ramp, 7239 West Spring Creek Road, Beloit.
As I was doing reading and research about school reconfigurations, the other day I stumbled upon Green Bay's situation, which is a lot like ours, but they're a lot bigger district. So Green Bay is closing like 12 schools. And here's how they did it. And I just want you to know why we have a room full of frustrated people here. Green Bay first they did a third-party community-wide survey. In that survey, they didn't ask what grade configuration do you like. They said, what buildings would you be willing to close? And if we had a referendum, would you be willing to, fund a referendum to keep this building open if it meant not crossing the river to this building? Parents were asked specific questions. And it wasn't just fluff. It was really, we want to know, how far are you willing to drive? Will you tolerate taking your kid that far or across that bridge? They were asked these kinds of questions. They had a 26-member task force of community members and facilities experts. They did a facilities study, a complete 10-year plan. All of these task force meetings were open to the public. No one had to hire an attorney. They were just open from the beginning because of what was there to hide. 9 times between January and today, there's been media coverage about what's going on, and every part of it, the facilities plan is released. Here's a news article on it. The committee has finalized their recommendation to go to the superintendent and the board. Here it is, public. You can come to the committee now and state your input. It was constant public input, constant opportunities. The recommended plan was revealed months before the vote. The vote won't take place until sometime in May. The recommended plan was released in March. That gives people another couple months to say, oh, you didn't think about this, and time for the board to say she's right. Maybe we should go back and think about that. The plan is out there. People can look it up online. They can, go to the board meetings and express their concerns. It's out there. It's public. No complaints, I'm sure, from their people. There were constant opportunities for public input, and the planning is going to continue over the next year with an implementation in the fall of 2024, no sooner. In Beloit, our community meetings were not open to the public at first, only after I hired an attorney and said, you guys need to open these meetings. Were they opened? And I'll correct an inaccuracy because I know open meetings laws, and I hired an attorney that was an expert in open meetings laws. Anytime there's work being done on behalf of this board, that's an open meeting, okay? You have to keep the meetings open. There's no reason to be behind closed doors. There's all reasons to open them because trust is going to make you partners with this community, and communication is important if you want people to accept your plan. We had no task force. We had no ad hoc committee. I agree with Dr. Johnson. Where was the sausage made? That's what we keep asking is, was it just a couple people that sat down and made this plan? Because it certainly wasn't in those meetings held at different school buildings. I went to those. We never got to really, we were asked our suggestions for things, but it wasn't like we got to vote, have any real input. We weren't even told, we're going to close 2 schools on the west side. We were just told that probably 2 schools would close, maybe 3, but probably 2. That's all we knew. And people said in those meetings, we do not want both west side schools closed. So the plan, by the way, it was never revealed to the people of Beloit. It wasn't posted. There was no attachment to the agenda on April 4th. Total secret. But tonight you've got this budget presentation. Its attachment is there. People could have been looking at that all weekend and coming up with questions about the budget. But with this very, very important issue, there was no attachment, and we had no way of seeing what the plan was until, Dr. Urison, you presented it to the board. That's incredibly unfair, and it was very disrespectful and inconsiderate of the board to do that. By the way, the plan is still not available online. I can't find it today. I think the only way to find it is to go to the April 4th video of the meeting and scroll all the way over until you see it. What is that? I mean, really, how do any of you think you're going to get away with this? You're affecting far too many lives and far too many children and families to think for 1 minute that this room would not be packed. You want us to respect you as board members. Respect us as citizens too, okay? Respect us as citizens by keeping the public comments the first thing on the agenda item, unless you want to open up public comments to every agenda item. They have to be first. Otherwise, we sit through a whole board meeting and we don't get to say what we came to say about an agenda item. Don't move those public comments to the end. The board that I was president of, we talked about that. We said we could never do that. They would be furious. And so do not do that to the people. Keep your cameras on, please. Lots of times people at home, they're seeing this. Lots of times they see a picture of somebody pop up. They don't know if you've left the room. They don't know if there's still a quorum. They think, oh, okay, well, Amy's gone now because her picture's not up. They're not here, so they don't see that you're still here. Please be careful to keep your cameras on. The parents and citizens of Beloit, we have ideas, okay? They're the parents. They know what's going to work for them. You don't need to make faces, Sean. That's also not polite. If you want to be respectful, let's make it both ways. This is ridiculous. You're the board president.
Listen.
You set the decorum, okay?
Listen.
No, I'm not going to have back and forth with you. I'll finish my time, and then you can just talk all you want. But these people here, it's their kids. It's their families. They know their schedules. They know what their kids can tolerate. Include us in decision-making. Some people just might have a good idea. All the things that Carol Fox brought up. She's right. You haven't presented any of it, and I don't believe you saw any of it. And if you saw it in private meetings, then shame on every one of you for not saying to the board president, when is this going to be made public? Okay? It has to be public. It has to be open. Did you want to say something to me now?
Mrs. Shope, do we have any more public comment?
No, we do not.
Call for a revote.
Mr. Peterson, you're out of order.
You're out of order.
So here we go. We don't have our student board report here, so I'll start into mine. Again, since I'm from Beloit also, I'm just going to be honest. I understand that this is a very important decision for our community, having lived on the east end, the west side, and attended schools on the east end, the west side. I grew up thinking, even though my stepdad worked at General Motors, my mom worked at the police department and the public library, I grew up thinking the best job in Beloit was working for the school district of Beloit. And that's why I became an educator for 24 years, because of the academic experiences, the activities, the arts, the athletics, all those things I enjoyed with many great people. The reputation that I earned as a young person in Beloit, the character that was developed, and a heart of service. Wisdom, stature, and favor, those are things that I hope for my own children and the things that I hope for the children of Beloit. That's why I knew that being a board member is one of the worst jobs in Beloit, but I still decided to do it because I have a technical expertise and a care for Beloit that I would stand here with these other people and let people say things to me. Not that your opinion isn't valid, but honestly, some things that have been said, the way they've been said, the tone they've been said in, are totally disrespectful. And being from Beloit, I'm going to give some numbers. When we talk about being Purple Knights, that's one of the things that, like, it hides issues of race. Because when we all talk about being purple, we don't talk about being black, white, Hispanic, or anything else. So I don't know what type of humility as a black man I need to show to certain people. I don't know what is considered to be disrespectful. And I don't understand You can always challenge an idea, but sometimes those things border on questioning people's intellectual abilities. And I'm just going to be honest. Because we're in Beloit, we're having open conversation. I'm from here. When I listen to older people in Beloit talk about that, I mean, like, we know what this city has been through. We know how people came to this city, and we know the conditions that we all have lived under together. So some of these conversations, they can run at many different levels. And I'm just telling you all how I'm picking up some of it. I totally understand. I don't think this is a good idea. This plan is wrong. I get that. I'd be less than honest with you if I didn't share with you the things I just said. Our strategic plan outlines a couple different things. The first one dealing with equity. Our school students, we got about 5,500 thereabout, looking at the last state report card on which we became a 2-star district when we were a 1-star. That's not where we want to be, but that is a show of improvement. Beloit is, those students are 21.9% Black, 34.7% Hispanic, 32.8% white, 9.5% 2 or more races, 15.3% students with disabilities, and 70%, the Black, the Hispanic, the white, the 2 or more races, the students with disabilities, 70% are economically disadvantaged. That's what Mrs. Terrell was speaking about when she talked about poverty in Beloit. So these conversations that we are having, that is a reflection of who we are by the numbers, but I think that we are more than just our numbers. Our strategic plan talks about addressing disproportionality, because I took AP classes. I had a great experience at Beloit Memorial High School. It served me well. But just because you walk in a building with 2,000 other kids, and in that AP classroom, I'm like 1 or 2 Black kids in the room out of 28. We know there's 2 different educations you can get walking in and out of Beloit Memorial High School. And we've got administrators and board members who have sat here. You've worked in these places. You've been in here in the board level, and you have not studied or remedied all the problems where they're disparate and different outcomes for all people. We produced a strategic plan that says that is something we need to do because the best of what's in Beloit needs to happen for all the kids, not just some of them. So we talk about developing systems and structures for equity work. That's so that when we're having conversations about learning and using the new learning sciences, that work is being applied and that there's data structures and protocols. So all the things that certain people are asking for, it's evident. It's on display. If you don't know how to work on a car and you just got to take your car to somebody, they can tell you anything's wrong with it. As an educator with a superintendent's license, as an administrator, I know my role as a board member. I'm not trying to do Dr. Garrison's job. I'm not trying to do Emily Pell's job at the high school. I got a place where I go be an administrator every day. What we have done as a board is pull the appropriate levers that we as a board, by our statutory role, is given to pull those levers of change to make things happen in this community for our students. Culture and leadership. When I came to the board, there was no strategic plan. We had no vision of where we're going. That strategic plan wasn't developed just by myself or the 7 people here. It involved community members. It involved stakeholders, parents, and those working in the district. When we didn't have a superintendent, which is the regular cycle in Beloit, we didn't wait a year. We did what our job is, which is to hire a superintendent. We have evaluated the superintendent correct because superintendents in the past in this district have not been evaluated because the superintendents have come and gone through a revolving door and the board members have come and gone through a revolving door. And the history is that the board members don't work well with each other. We complete our Board of Education self-evaluation, the WSB annual development tool, which tells you what the key work of a school board is, and that's what we focused our work to. We have school board members who have completed their terms. They've been appointed when other people left. They served their full terms, ran elections, and were elected. And we participate in board development. We've got collective commitments to each other. I won't take time to read them, but they're on the website. And what that collective commitment says, that's the way that the 7 of us have agreed to work with each other, so we're not the rolling clown show that has been in place, and that the 7 of us not working together causes the professional that we hire to help the children of Beloit leave, and then we're left with a mess to pick up and clean up. We have a focus on the whole child. We understand everyone's desire for students to have academic success. We have data that is showing that our students are showing success. We have invested in programs that address the social, emotional, and learning needs of our students, because our students are not coming from 2-parent households. Our students have greater needs, and the teachers that are coming to serve have greater needs to be able to serve those students. And that is how we've tried to equip them. It's a poor dog that won't wag his own tail. You can't tell a story about Beloit being unsuccessful repeatedly on loop and try to become something better. 11 out of 15 years, the kids that play jazz music go to essentially Ellington. We have the Rising Nights and programs like Beloit College, Help Yourself program. We have a pipeline of students who've gone to historical Black colleges and universities. I'm a part of that, going back to 1995 when Dr. Jenkins sent 7 kids from one school on academic and athletic scholarship. We've begun a discussion of academic standards, the Purple Night report card with our superintendent, because people need to know if your kid is at, above, or below standards. And as board member Winfield said, there's work that you got to do in there. My parents don't have a college education. My dad's got a 3rd grade education from Mississippi. Explains how God blessed him enough to be able to work at General Motors. My mom was a 16-year-old teenage parent when she married my biological father, who was 20 years old. That's 1967, different time. I've got a sister who was a teenage parent and graduated from Beloit. I've got a brother who was an athlete and graduated in Beloit. I got a brother who has an IEP and graduated from Beloit. I have a 6-year-old brother that was hit and killed in front of Merrill Elementary School when there was no fence. You don't know much about the people that you are saying very mean and nasty things about. It's okay not to agree with the decisions that have been made. When it comes to engagement, which is the 4th area of our strategic plan, we had an ad hoc referendum committee to talk about where our finances are. We've had referendum listening sessions. The superintendent pulled together people when he could have made his own decision. And to make sure that we're doing things the way they should be and there's no confusion, we sought our legal counsel. We said, yes, let's hold the meetings again. There's been listening sessions after our April 4th decision, and there's public comments. But what we're trying to do now is chart a way forward through a divided community. And the community's been divided before today and before April 4th. This is just a flashpoint. We've discussed our finances, having a $4.4 million budget deficit, having $9.8 million in the fund balance currently, had the ad hoc referendum committee to study those needs. Should we go to ballot? We didn't make that decision alone, but looking at the numbers, you could. They said go and we went. 2 questions, 100 votes or so, 300 votes or so. These conversations about right-sizing our district, everyone knows that if you lose 2,000 kids, you can't keep the same 850 employees. That's not a new conversation. There have been adjustments to our workforce. Administrators that should have 2-year contracts were given 1-year contracts, and we know they could have been given no contract. But at the same time, each employee group has a different timeline obligation that we have to meet as their employer. And those are things that we have worked to do. 103 teacher positions reduced, frozen, or laid off. And most of those, we come down to the last action that we take that affected 2 people. 2 schools consolidated, and we're talking about this closure. Dr. Garrison, and bringing him in, as you'll hear when we have this finance report, will detail how we've saved about $4 million, or that $4 million that was a deficit. Having someone here has preserved our ability to make the pivots that we need to make that were not in place because the personnel was not here. So as the 7 of us sat, and now Brian has joined us, we have to make choices for the future of Beloit. And we are making some of the same choices that other people around the state and the country are making. Your community is changing. Your community has already changed. School closures and consolidations are not unique to Beloit. We've got 4 intermediate schools. The largest one on the east side that can accommodate all the children. The newest one on the east side that was recently built. But even then, people said, should we build it? But it got built. An elementary school that was renovated and improved to become an intermediate school on the west side, that's the one I went to, Cunningham. And a building that received the least repairs or upgrades, McNeil. We need to restore our fund balance. We need to have an increase in the state budget for education because we're dealing with other things that other communities are not. But we are improving. We're rising. But how do we get there? It's not by turning on one another. It's not by being rude and unneighborly to each other. What do you want for the children of Beloit? And understand that through the electoral process, school board members coming and going, serving their terms, working with administrators who decide to stay. That's how we're going to get there. The thing that we've all determined is that we'll take votes, and no matter how the vote comes out, we're not going to fall out with each other. And many of the things that people have said, these are not new things to us. And I say this all the time. We can say there's about 8 steps that we need to take in Beloit. And many of us would agree that the first 7 are the same. We were going wrong, and let's get on the right path. When we get to step number 8, that might be where you think we ought to go left and I think we ought to go right. We're trying to take those first 7 steps. Participation and engagement is a part of it. And that's why we're here. We are responsive to our community. But if you've already been here as a board member, it's understood that you didn't get it right every time you did it. We won't get it right every time we do it, but we're going to make decisions that are going to try to move us forward. That's the place we're at, and that's the place that our service comes from. The superintendent's report.
Well, thank you, Board President Levy. I will be a little, I really want to take this time to, first of all, thank our teachers who we're going to Teacher Appreciation Week next week. And so if you're a teacher in the room, I want to go ahead and give you a shout out now. Can you wave at me if you're a teacher in the room at all? Shout out now. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. No, let me go back. Thank you for that golf clap. Let's really give our teachers some real love for everything that they've done for our school district. And so again, I want to thank our teachers for all the hard work that they've done for our school district. Across the United States, this is a conversation that we have around this time, but I think sometimes it falls on deaf ears. Personally, I think that we publicly don't thank our teachers enough for the hard work that they do on a daily basis. We wait till a specific time of the year to really try to bring it up a lot. But again, I've really tried to make sure that our teachers know that I appreciate everything that they've done for our students here in the school district of Boyd. And against popular beliefs, we are making some changes as pertains to our achievement here in the district. You know, when I first got here, I'm just going to put it under the table, on top of the table. One of the things I heard about this district is we was the worst. We couldn't make it. Discipline was all over the place. I heard that. I heard that in my interviews. I heard that prior to me even coming here, because you ain't got to do much but type in school district of Beloit, and you'll see a lot of visceral things about us that I honestly want to say to you all as the superintendent of the school district here, that is simply not true. When I walked into this school district, when I walked in here, one of the things I really want to do was sit back and think, how is all of this negativity helping our students? Like how? So everyone knows that I'm a heartstring for students. I've always been, always. This is who I am. And, you know, one could argue that this is an emotional thought. These are emotional times for a lot of people. And we all at this board, in this boardroom, in our city, in our state, are having some very tough conversations about where we want our students to be when they leave our school district. That's a fact. That is a hard fact. But we have to figure out, how is it that all of the negative comments, all of the over and over bashing of us in Beloit, how is it helping our students? A lot of people say, no, we're not doing that. I get it. A lot of people say that. But all you have to do is look at what you're saying. Type in the school district of Beloit and see what people are saying about us. It is very, at times, as a school superintendent, disheartening, because we are so much better than that. I'm being honest with you. We are so much better than that. I walked into this district, and the first thing I did was I visited all these schools. I wanted to go see how bad are our students, how terrible our students are. I wanted to go see this notion that we're bullying every day and kids can't learn and there's fighting. I wanted to go see if that was happening. And on a daily basis, I walked into the school district and I did not see that. And then so hear me out. Wait a second. And see, that response alone states that there's a belief that we are that. Curveball. How is it helping our students? It is not. If they hear every single day that they're a problem, that they can't make it, that there are discipline issues, that they are a consistent burden to our school district, how does that help them? And no one can really answer that question for me. No one can answer that question. How does hearing that every single day going to help our students? This is not a time for This is not a time for a back and forth part. This is not what it is. But I'd love to talk to you one-on-one. Sure. Okay, and I thank you for sharing that. Okay, I thank you for sharing that. But it does not help our students. It doesn't. And I refuse to believe that the majority of the people that live in the school district of Beloit believe that to be a true statement about our kids. Because I hear them every single day doing great things, making great decisions, coming to school every day doing what they're supposed to be doing, learning, and going back to their homes. I hear it all the time, and I see it all the time. And as a school superintendent, why would I say something different? Why would I say we the worst? We're never going to make it. That all of our school districts is a discipline problem. that all of our district, not only is a discipline problem, but they're the burden to our school district as a whole. As a superintendent, you will not hear me lean in that conversation, because I believe that, again, we're better together than we are apart. And like I've stated from the beginning, since I've been here, our teachers that are in our school district do a wonderful job in educating our students. And again, I want to say thank you for that. Amongst all of the noise, again, I want to say thank you for that. Coming and showing up for our kids on a regular basis, again, I want to say thank you for that. Again, we do not hear it enough, and it's unfortunate that our great school district don't celebrate our greatness on a regular basis every single day. My humble opinion is that my humble opinion is that our school district has the opportunity to make a lot of great changes for the better. But I also believe that this was the first time as a school district that we've came together with the school district of Beloit, Beloit College, Lincoln Academy, Our Lady of Assumption, Rock County Christian, and the Turner School District, where we came together publicly and wanted to thank our teachers. That was the first time it happened at City Hall this past week. Well, actually, sorry, yesterday. Yeah, feels like a late call. Yeah. It happened yesterday. The district, actually, to be honest with you all, they reached out to the school district of Beloit to help lead that conversation and bring us all together. And so we have to have 5 different proclamations, you know, because we can actually do it all together. Mm-hmm. I truly believe that those opportunities for us are not fleeting. Those opportunities for us are not fleeting, to figure out how we can steadily come together as a school district and do what's in the best interest for all of our students and staff. It was a very significant moment. It was a very significant moment to do that down at City Hall. So to hear some people say that we want to start working together, those are the things that I am trying to work on as a school superintendent. I am trying to figure out ways that we can become more together in this conversation. Because at times I am the, middle person. I came here under the notion that I was going to serve at the highest level. I have not stopped doing that. And for whatever reasons that I believe, that you may believe, or people may believe, or the community may believe that I have not served at the highest level, I will continue to show up every day and serve at the highest level to erase the thought that I'm not. Because that is my job. That is my job. And I want to do it right. I want to do it right. But before I even came here, that's how I moved. I've been hearing that the conversations around, my service or me not being a Beloiter is something I want to publicly address with you all. And I have stated this before, and it's not going to be anything different from what I've stated before. My address does not stop me from serving this school district. It does not stop me from serving this school district at the absolute highest level. If you go look at my track record from everywhere I stayed, or wherever I lived or served, people will say the same thing about who I am as a person. I will serve at the highest level, and I will do it, and I will show up every single day. That is what I want you all to know. And in time, and over time, and you will hear some of it tonight, I have tried to make some changes for our school district to better position us to be successful 3 to 5 years from now. You will hear tonight, again, from the start when I walked in here, we was working on a deficit. And in 5 months, I've tried to erase that deficit in the millions of dollars. That has not happened before in a 5-month period of time. So I am coming here and I'm serving at the highest possible level that I can. But I do need some time. I do need you all's patience. I do want to still work with everyone. I still want to make sure that we're able to come together and figure out what's the best opportunities for us to, continuously move forward. A decision we will talk about later again that was made. I know people have their difference of opinions about that. But across this entire nation, we're having this conversation around declining enrollment. Unfortunately, in the school district of Beloit, and this is part of my report, unfortunately, in the school district of Beloit, we've had thousands of students leave our school district. And that's prior to me, and it's also right now with me. So I'm in this conversation. I'm here in this conversation. I want the students to know that's in this room today that I do believe in you, that I do believe that you can achieve to your highest level. I do believe we have what it takes for you to be successful in our school district. I do believe that. And I'm not second guessing that thought. I do not want our families to choose a different opportunity. But realistically, 10 years ago, some of these opportunities weren't here. 15 years ago, some of these opportunities weren't here. 20 years ago, some of these opportunities weren't here. They are now, though. And it's our responsibility to address the elephant in the room. We do want to have higher achievement. And when we become 3 stars, we'll be the same 3 stars as everyone else around us. And we will keep moving in that direction. That is a fact. When we become 3 stars, we'll be the same 3 as everybody else around us. So the idea and the notion that we are so far off from this opportunity is simply not true. And I know we can do it. I have to believe that too, though, right? I just can't say it. I have to believe that. That's why we've steadily had conversations around student achievement since I've been here. That's why I've opened up the doors for people in this room to come see our buildings, come walk in our school buildings. I've had conversations with people in this room and outside of this room and asking them specific questions. When was the last time you walked in one of our schools? It's been years. So just by chance, things could be different. By chance, things could be different. And so I would hope that you'll give me the opportunity to continue, not only to continue to serve in the school district at the highest level, but I hope that you also give yourself the opportunity to see that we are trying to make some changes. And I completely understand that we may not always agree. But I will not sit back and not fight for the school district of Beloit students and families and sit back and believe all of the commentary that comes at me or the school district on a daily basis. My goal is to paint a different portion, paint a different picture, and that's what I've been doing. That is what I've been doing. If you look at what I've been doing since I walked into this room and start to serve right away, you will see that. That is my time. I truly appreciate the opportunity to serve in this capacity.
Mr. President, can I have a personal privilege, please?
Board Member Schneider, yours.
Okay. Not too long ago, the State Line Community Foundation held a scholarships award program, which invited students from all of the local schools to come, and as they received their scholarship awards, and I tried to jot down all of the numbers as I could. Some of them I'm not quite sure exactly what the numbers were, but as I quickly added them up, students from Beloit Memorial High School earned a little over $95,000 in scholarships that one night. I mean, that's the students that are coming out of our high school. They're able to compete and receive that amount in scholarships during that one evening. And I think we should really be proud of all of those students for the hard work that they have done in order to pursue their dream, their careers in the future, and earn the scholarships. Thank you.
So going on to our committee reports, ask the chairs to speak. Start with business operations finance. Just to recap what happened this evening is enough.
So the business operations and finance committee met earlier this evening, went through the March financials and touched on the different federal stimulus and pandemic grants. I mean, we'll see some more of this evening in Mr. Chady's presentation later.
Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee.
We did not meet this evening, but I would like to echo the sentiments of Board Member Schneider and just remind us that what we heard at our last meeting is that our district has been asked to be national presenters for the conference. It's called the NCTM. It's the National Council for Teachers of Mathematics, for our cutting edge leadership in the field of curriculum adoption regarding mathematics. And as a point of personal privilege, I'm very proud to share that. Thank you.
All right, the Governance Committee met on April 25th. We discussed our timeline for our board organizational meeting, reviewed our committee structures, and made a request of data structures to support that. We reviewed the CISA 6 DAPES model. That's the evaluation model that we use to evaluate our superintendent. We went over our collective commitments, Board of Education, and superintendent roles and responsibilities. Our WASB annual board development tool, we reviewed that survey. We discussed academic goals and standards for our children and discussion of parent and community participation and feedback regarding Board of Education decision-making. Board Member Levy.
Perfect timing. My legislative report is attached and the policy committee will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, May 3rd at 5:30 right here if anyone would like to join us.
All right, that was a legislative update and policy. That was it?
Correct.
Okay. So we're on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion for the acceptance of the consent agenda?
I need to have item M, special meeting minutes from 4/21 removed, please.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a motion for the approval of the consent agenda minus M?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes. Board Member Levy, M?
I just need to abstain.
Oh, because you weren't present. All right. Is there a motion for the approval of our special meeting minutes from April 21st?
So moved.
Oh. Second.
Moved by Board Member Megan Miller, seconded by Board Member Greg Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes.
Could we just have the record note that I'm abstaining? Thank you.
Now Levy's abstention. You're now at item 5A, COVID PTO benefit. COVID-19 PTO benefit.
Sure. So last year in the 2022-2023 school year, a PTO, or in this case, paid time off benefit was granted to district employees. 5 additional days were added to all employee groups, not on a 52-week calendar, and prorated for the full-time and part-time status. This PTO benefit has a sizable financial implication, and that must be board approved. And it wasn't board approved in the previous administration. So as the school district is working through this conversation, I wanted to publicly let the district know that this is an action that the Board of Education will need to take a formal action on in subsequent board meetings. At this time, we are seeking legal counsel on how to address this non-approved board action as pertains to the paid time off benefit that was granted. And so I want to make sure I brought the public up to speed as it pertains to this, again, sizable financial implication that was not board approved last year, and it will need to be board approved or a formal board action will need to transpire.
maybe just for some more clarity, there was an action taken by administration that was not board approved. We are receiving legal counsel, but this is the portion of this event incident that needs to be discussed in public session. And as we're conferring with the lawyer, we will work to how it'll be resolved and take action in public. 5B, State of District Finances presentation.
Hey, good evening. My name is Robert Shady. I'm your new Executive Director of Business Services. Certainly is an interesting time to come into a school district, but I knew what I was coming into before I got here, and I still came. So I'd like to give you a little bit of a snapshot. We did this presentation last week to the governance committee of the board, just kind of a snapshot of the state of the district's finances. It'll be a little bit of a recap of the past history and perhaps an outlook of the future. We'll begin with the fund balance. Geez, you're probably all aware, right? So I could probably just bypass this slide. We'll talk a little bit about the fund balance policy, the use of fund balance through the years, fund balance as of, typically it's the value that's reported as of June 30th. Fund balance changes every day. Think of it as your checking and savings account at home. As you get paid, goes into your account, the value goes up. As the district receives money, our fund balance goes up. Likewise, as we write checks, fund balance is depleted as well. So it's a floating number that changes really daily. The potential need for the district to short-term borrow to meet our daily cash flow needs. The district does have a line of credit with a local financial institution to draw upon. I think we're going to make it through the end of the fiscal year in satisfactory condition. It's really kind of doubtful, to be very honest with you, that we'll be able to make it through future fiscal school years without the need to draw on that line of credit. And then talk a little bit about the need strategy to rebuild that fund balance. Our fund balance policy, the board's fund balance policy 662.3 summarizes it here in this sentence. The maintain a fund balance between 14% and 25% with the board's further goal of at least 18%. It's pretty standard range for school districts throughout the state, to be honest with you. There are some that are lower, typically not in good financial shape. There are others that are higher. My small school district that I left to come to Beloit was approaching 30%. So it's a variable amount. Unfortunately, the district's fund balance has declined from 22% just back in the 21-22 school year to a projected fund balance this year of 10%. Many of the speakers have commented about that. Unfortunately, I can't tell you the reasons why per se, because quite honestly, I just haven't I've been here for like 5.5 weeks. I haven't had time to dig into and answer that question, though it is a question that I have myself, and I do need to find an answer to. The benefits of adequate fund balance, obviously it's financial stability for the school district. It lowers borrowing costs, credit ratings for any future debt acquisition that would need to occur. And then of course, cash flow to just pay our daily bills. Growth in fund balance typically results at the end of the year, you either have a surplus or a deficit. And when you have a surplus, then those funds can roll over into the fund balance and help to grow that. You know, but just as an example, we may have a $500,000 surplus at the end of the year. Some of you are thinking, holy crap, that's a lot of money. Keep in mind, it's a $100 million budget. But even if you have a $500,000 surplus, that's kind of a drop in the bucket when you've used $10 million over the past couple of years of fund balance. So it takes a number of years, perhaps even decades, to rebuild fund balance. All through that time, you're likely needing to draw upon your line of credit. You're likely needing to borrow money to pay daily bills. And of course, when we borrow money, we pay interest expense on that. And that's unfortunate. I mean, it's the reality, but it's what we'd like to try to avoid. For your benefit, I'd much rather have our funds in the bank making interest for you than us drawing funds from the bank and paying interest. History slide of fund balance. I'm sure many members of the public have seen this before, so we won't spend a lot of time on this. It was utilized from the ad hoc referendum committee planning considerations, but it kind of shows the variability of fund balance. You know, back in the day, 12%, it reached its peak, 24%. That was good, but unfortunately, you've seen the slide the past couple of years. Of course, last month now, we had two questions on the ballot that spoke about operational and capital improvement needs. We'll go through those to a little bit of detail. The results were what the results were. They kind of speak for themselves. An outside, somewhat independent perspective of it is that we really missed an opportunity. And I understand the reasons why votes were cast the way votes were cast. But the missed opportunity was to maintain that $4.78 mill rate and to utilize those funds for the benefit of the students of the school district of Beloit and our facilities and space. Doesn't necessarily mean that we can't come back in the future with similar questions, though it does make it harder. So question number one, of course, was to seek voter approval for $19.5 million for infrastructure improvements to our facilities. It lost by 112 votes. If you look in the lower right-hand corner, you see 113 because that's the number that we really lost by. 112, it's a tie, and the question fails. So you really need that 1+. Question number two talked about the operational needs, and a large portion of question number two would have been help to replenish that fund balance, to build that back up, and to help prevent the need for short-term borrowing. Unfortunately, question number two also failed, 406 votes there. To be very honest with you, an outside perspective, been involved in a number of different referendums in a number of districts, admirable efforts by the school district of Beloit in the time period that they had, and for the community to support on both sides of the equation, yes and no, you know, a very strong effort and very close. I think everybody would agree. Part of my job as your executive director of business services is really to try to be visionary and to look forward, to address and to plan for what's to come. And in order to do that, we have to refer to this chart, which is a chart over the next 5 years of the regular election dates. And we put those dates on there for a couple of reasons. One, to remind the public about opportunities for school board members, but also two, and perhaps more importantly for myself, is to plan for future referendum efforts if that need were to arise. Don't get me wrong, there hasn't been anything determined, no matter what anybody thinks, nothing's been determined yet. But there are some things to think about, and most importantly is the bottom line, and I'll just read it because it's kind of small. School boards are limited to asking 2 questions, also called referendums, per calendar year. So you can come in the spring and ask for a question. It can be an operational question, it can be a capital question, but you've used one of your questions. You can come back in the fall and you can do a second question, but you can only ask 2 questions. So you can ask them both in the same election cycle. You know, we can come back in a spring election cycle in an even number year, because in odd number years, there's no fall elections. But if we come back in the spring election and ask 2 questions and one or both of them fail, we're done for the year. So we have to be very strategic, especially when it comes to operational questions. We'll turn our attention a little bit to the 22-23 budget. We're going to talk really big picture here. You know, the impacts of staffing transitions. The original budget, as approved by the Board of Education, had a $4.4 million deficit. You heard a prior speaker talk about he didn't know that that was possible. You know, it really shouldn't be, but it does happen. In other school districts beyond Beloit, it does happen. It's not obviously a good practice. Changes to date, we'll talk a little bit about savings. We've had some vacant positions, some additional costs that have come about, and perhaps even a little future projection. Big picture overviews. On the left-hand side of the page, it displays our revenues for the year, just $95 million total revenues. On the right-hand side of the page, big picture reflection on the expenditures, $99.4 million. And again, we've got that 4.6 or 4.4, I'm sorry, $1 million deficit. Not a good thing. However, we've made some strides. The school district has made some strides throughout this year to help reduce that deficit, and we're on track. I'm not going to put money on it and say we're to the break-even point yet, but it's looking very close and perhaps even favorable. So salaries and wage savings, the district had some budgeted position or resources budgeted for positions that weren't filled. And it wasn't that we weren't able to fill or we weren't trying to fill them, it's that we weren't getting suitable candidates to fill those positions. So earlier this year, Dr. Garrison implemented a hiring freeze on most vacant positions, not all. Some of the positions we still need to fill, and if we can find that qualified applicant, we're going to do so. But that hiring freeze kind of locked in that budgetary savings of about $2 million. So now our $4.4 million deficit's 2.4. That's a good move. Employee benefits. Last year, the district had a really painful year when it comes to our self-funded health and dental insurance, primarily our health insurance. Our claims this current year are running about $2 million behind what they were at this point in time last year. Again, very favorable for us. Not to say necessarily that at the end of the year, we're going to have a $2 million savings there. There's still time between now and the end of the planned year where our insured individuals and their dependents can suffer those unfortunate medical situations and cause those claims to change. But current projections are showing some favorability there. The last bullet point is really just attempting to better control our year-end spending. You know, towards the end of the year, school budgets, departmental budgets, you know, there's always an emphasis of how much is left in the tank, you know, what can we buy, what can we spend? And this is the year of any years to try to curtail that and say, you know what, if we don't need it, let's not do it, because the school district really needs those funds this year to help rebuild that fund balance and to hopefully position us at the end of the year in a positive, favorable light. Are we going to wipe away $4.4 million between now and the end of June? It's going to be close. Time will tell. Looking forward to the 23-24 budget work, we'll talk a little bit about the timeline. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the major changes. Keep in mind, this is all kind of a work in progress. You know, we're really waiting for the state biennial budget, you know, the state legislature to do their thing with the Joint Finance Committee. Typically, they don't get to public education until about Memorial Day. So we've got another 3 weeks or so before we really have a good indication of what and how much resources will be coming from the state. So we'll look at the timeline. Here we are in May. You know, we've got requests out to school and departments for their budget requests for the next year. Actually, I believe they're due back Friday, if I recall correctly. I see some nods even in the crowd. At the state level, we talked a little bit about the Joint Finance Committee. You know, they'll undertake their public instruction portion of the biennial budget the latter part of May. The Board of Education will be asked to consider a preliminary budget. Hopefully in July, it might be hopefully in June, it might be an early July timeframe. The preference would be in June, though we're just trying to acclimate Beloit to a stronger budget process and schedule, to be honest with you. The new fiscal year begins July 1st, and then here in the, it's kind of odd because we rely upon these 3 key dates. Our third Friday pupil count, which will occur on September 15th, that'll be a large driving factor in our revenue limits, how much aid we're able to receive from the state as well. We have our October 1st equalization property values by the Department of Revenue, and then October 15th, the Department of Public Instruction will certify the state equalization aid. And as many of you realize, the vast majority of funding in the school district of Beloit is state equalization aid funding. So we wait until October 15th, what is that, like 6 weeks into the school year, before we really know how much money we have to work for the rest of the year. Kind of an interesting thing, but we work through that all. In late October, the school board will be asked to adopt the final budget and establish the tax levy and the resulting mill rate for next fall. And then in early November, we start it all over again. You know, we distribute the tax levy certifications to the municipalities, and then we begin work in earnest on the 24-25 budget. So that's time frame, some big picture stuff with regards to next year's budget. Major impacts, salary and wages. Negotiations with bargaining units over salaries and wages have not really commenced yet. Of course, that kind of plays a factor into next year's budget. The CPI for collective bargaining agreements and units commencing on July 1st, 2023 is 8%. That amount's established by the Wisconsin Department of Workforce Development. So that applies statewide. I do have some questions about the affordability and sustainability of awarding a CPI. Not to say certainly that our staff, especially those that are here tonight, aren't deserving of that. I think we would all agree that our staff deserve everything that we can give them, but we also have to be able to afford that and be financially sustainable. Employee benefits. We've already facilitated some changes with health insurance that will impact deductible, the maximum out of pocket, and the district's HSA contribution, all of which are favorable to the employee and the district and should result in an anticipated savings of about $850,000. So we're starting work in earnest on the big picture items for next year. Reconfiguration impacts, the right sizing of staff, the transfer of those impacted staff members to positions that were previously filled by limited term staff or positions vacated by retirements, resignations, layoff, previously vacant. Ballpark estimate on that is about a $3 million savings. Transportation, obviously, it's going to be some additional costs. We're working with Durham on that. Again, I've been in the district 5.5, going on 6 weeks, met with Durham 3 times. I meet with them again on Monday. So, every 2-3 weeks, we're sitting down with Durham at the table and talking about the changes in really the outcomes of the school board decisions. So, obviously, we need to do a better job for planning beyond the current in the next year. That's pretty standard stuff, but we really need to start looking at our budget models and worry about the years thereafter. Typically, school districts, you concentrate on the current year, you work next on the next year, the following year, and then you should be looking like 3 years into the future because that helps to paint the picture of the challenges ahead and helps position the district so that we can strategize on how we can address those challenges in an appropriate manner. And this is just an example, don't take these numbers for accuracy. I wanted to use an example, and I pulled up the Baird budget model. There's lots of variables that come into play as to, how much you're awarding in like a staff increase, staff salary and wage increase, how much you're anticipating for a health insurance increase. And if anybody, knows what to anticipate, can be really precise on health insurance, come and talk to me. Most districts will go for like a 10 to about a 14% annual increase. So it's just kind of the nature of the beast. But what this does is it allows us to input various variables, and then it provides us the opportunity to see scenarios. If we do this, then what? What's the long-term implications of this? So again, if you're looking at the 2024, 25, even out to the 27, 28 columns, it's there for a display purposes. The values there, even myself, I don't put a lot of credence into them yet. But I wanted to show you, the tool that's there, the tool that we should be utilizing to a greater fidelity. And lastly, I'll close with a slide. The Government Finance Officers Association, based out of Chicago, represents municipal finance officers throughout the state, throughout the nation, school districts, city, municipal, technical colleges, other colleges, municipal sewage districts, et cetera. They have a program called the Smarter School Spending, and it's something I think seems to me to be very appropriate for the school district of Beloit to research and to perhaps implement going forward. And it really talks about a 5-step process to budgeting. When first you plan and prepare, second steps, you identify your priorities. The third steps, you figure out how to pay for those priorities. Then you implement that plan. And then finally, you ensure sustainability. It's not something that we're going to be able to put in place for the 23-24 school year, but it is something that's on my radar to research, to become more adept in, and then to work to implement for 24-25 and help us to align our spending practices in Beloit for going forward. With that, that concludes my presentation. And if anybody has any questions.
Board members, any questions?
Yeah, I have one. So, Mr. Chady, thank you so much for the presentation. It was very thorough and really appreciate you taking the time. What is the impact, would you say, of the, so the state of Wisconsin is currently sitting on a $7 billion budget surplus, is that correct? So like how,
sizable, yes.
So yes, I think it's so, according to AP on March 6th, and it was previously reported in January, also through AP on PBS and NBC 15. So with the $7 billion budget surplus at the state level, have you heard any, and are there indicators that there'll be more than zero per pupil funding in this biennial budget, unlike last biennial budget where there was zero per pupil funding?
We have been told that municipal entities throughout the state will receive more funding in the future than they have in the past. How much more and in what capacity or method that flows to us is yet to be seen.
Right, so I just want to clarify because I think there's some misunderstanding sometimes, like so the money that was like allocated for education in the last biennial budget, none of that was able to be spent directly to students. That was in property tax relief. Is that, am I understanding that right?
That would be correct. And I would also offer an example that the legislature or the state may award a revenue limit increase in the first and or the second year of the biennium, which typically would be helpful to school districts. However, if you're in a declining enrollment position, because of some of the hold harmless impacts within the revenue limit, while the state may allocate additional funds to schools through the revenue limit increase, we really won't see much, if any, of that. So it's one of those, we gave you more money, but we didn't receive it. So to be determined.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other board members with questions for Mr. Chady? Well, I do. Mr. Chady, how does a school district restore its fund balance?
The restoration of fund balance really through two efforts or opportunities. One would be to rely upon an annual surplus in your operating fund to be able to help replenish and to close that gap. The second would be to essentially do what the school district attempted to do, and that would be to seek voter approval for an operational referendum where a portion of those funds would be utilized to replenish that fund balance at one point in time. It's painful. I mean, you're asking the public to essentially give you money, but in the long term, best interest of the school district, that is the correct route to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like to note that, the presentation today was, of course, put together by Mr. Chady and myself and the team. Appreciate the work that you've put in since you've been here. It was a task, of course, to try to find a business manager. And again, I'm glad of your service and thus far. I will say that we have started these conversations around budgets and school finances and trying to really get to the point where we can say we're on the surplus side. And in time, I believe, again, as a board, I want the board to know this, in time, I believe we'll be able to consistently be in the surplus side. We do still have some challenges that we will need to, of course, address in the near future. But we have worked very hard to try to eliminate our deficit that we walked into, what I walked into back in November, to be at a zero. As Mr. Chady has stated, we believe we can get there. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I think we can get to a zero, which is, again, a sizable conversation whenever you are talking about millions of dollars being replenished, if that makes any sense. So whether you're going up in a surplus $4 million, that's great. But also if you're releasing it, that's the same conversation. And so I want to make sure the public is aware that we are trying to do some things in our conversations around getting our budget right for our school district.
5C, reconfiguration of middle schools discussion. So Dr. Garrison will begin with his presentation as he's getting the technology to work.
Sorry, every once in a while has asked me to go back out and come back in. So it's kind of what took that delay. So I'm here to talk about our reconfiguration as pertains to our school closures for 2023-2024 school year. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the conversations that happened tonight. I know sometimes people believe that I'm not listening for whatever reasons, but I am listening, and I have heard these conversations before. I'm making this presentation tonight as it stands, and here's the information I would like to share. Naturally, we've had this conversation as it pertains to our declining enrollment. It is a real conversation in our school district, and unfortunately, we are in this conversation as it pertains to losing thousands of students over the past, in this case, this snapshot is over the past 7 years. I've stated this multiple times in multiple places for one specific reason. One is because sometimes people say it, but necessarily don't believe it. You know, we say, okay, we've had, you know, thousands of students have left our school district, but in this case, I think it needs to actually be stated to the point of where that has huge implications. We've also had some declining 4K enrollment trends. When we're thinking about our enrollment trends, 4K is where you will see a lot of our students come into the district, right? And so when you have 4K enrollment trends, it's a very important conversation. As you can see, our 4K enrollment trends is where has been declining. In this case, I put a snapshot here since 2012, 2013, but as you drop all the way down to where we are now, 2002, 2023, we're at 303 students on that came into our schools in the 4K area. 4K is again very important because this is where you start to see how you can actually map how many students you will have for an entire school system. If you bring in 303 each year, you multiply that times 14, you'll get your overall 4K to 12th grade enrollment. This conversation here is one of the things that through the reconfiguration conversations, once we made the grade band change, once we made the switch to go back to K3, 6, 8, 9, 12, that did leave gaping holes in our current middle school configuration. And so one of the things that has been driving my conversations with the public is we would have 4 middle schools with on an average, in this case, about 260 or so kids in the 4 middle schools, okay? Now, we have, again, some pretty large buildings, and these numbers that you see here are snapshots from 2018, 2019 school year. We probably could have additional students in that number, but I also wanted to use the most accurate information that I had at the time to kind of give us a snapshot of kind of how many students can actually go into our buildings as it stands. So you see 1,300 there, but it could be, let's say, 1,350 plus or minus. Okay, you see 975 there, it could be a little over 1,000. And so it's very important to note that, again, when you're talking about declining enrollment, it's going to hit somewhere, okay? In this case, it's in our case, in the school district of Beloit, it's hit across K-12, okay? We've had declining enrollment for many years, and this declining enrollment has hit elementary, middle, of course, and high school. None of our buildings are at capacity. I just want to make sure that's noted. None of our buildings are at capacity, even with moving some of our 4K, with moving our 4th and 5th graders back to elementary schools, they still wouldn't be at capacity. Okay, this is a very important conversation that we need to understand, because all of our buildings are impacted by, again, our declining enrollment conversation. And so I also wanted to note in this conversation that the 260 or so students, that is a projected number, okay? Like it's been stated in multiple places, there is a lot of movement in the school district of Beloit for various reasons. We have families that are coming to that are moving to different places. We have open enrollment. We have various conversations as it pertains to when a student or family will make the decision to stay with us or not. So it's estimated to be at, on average here, 260, but that number could easily look lower than that, okay? Again, these are just estimations at the current time. And a lot of times districts have these conversations because we have to. We have to think about, well, my job, I have to think about, well, what does that actually mean? We're saying 260, but it could be anywhere from about 240 to 260 in one building, okay? Or it could be lower than that based off of where the enrollment actually falls in the near future or lands in the near future. So what I did was I wanted to just give you an estimated snapshot breakdown. And so right now we have currently, on average, have about 5,200 students in our district. Okay, very important number to kind of just start with to kind of frame this start as a school district. Okay, 3K to 12th grade, we have about 5,200 students. 4K through the 4K 3-year enrollment, or 3YE average, is 309 students. Okay, it's 309 students. That's the 3-year average. We use 3-year averages in state conversations with superintendents across the state a lot. The state uses it for us in enrollment projections. This is a similar thing that I did for us as pertains to our 3-year average for our school district. So we're averaging about 309 students. This year, we have potential graduating students as well. So you got the students coming in. A lot of times we're not talking about this. We've got the students coming in, but you also got students graduating going out. And what you want to do is see about the same number coming in that's going out, right? That's what you would want to see in a school district, or more coming in. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say less graduating, but you want to see a lot more coming in, and it kind of balances itself out as the years go on. And so, because sometimes graduating classes are a little lower, but in this case, if we add up our potential graduating seniors from all of our programs in our school district, we're looking at right around 405 students to graduate this year. And so you have 309 on average that can possibly come back to us, but we also have 5 students that are graduating from us. We also have another conversation that's real close to us, potential area school enrollees, and I don't want to name any schools or anything like that, or where possibilities where students will go. But I've had conversations with other area conversations, and we're looking at about 110 students that other area schools could actually take from the school district of Beloit. Okay, about 110 students. And I use the 110 because that could easily say 110 to 125 based off of whatever the needs are of the surrounding area schools and our open enrollment opportunities that we have here in the school district. So I use the 110 as a lower number because I really want to say hopefully it'll be around 110, not 150 or so. Potential K-12, and I use the 3 to 4% attrition conversation. Now, again, since we have natural attrition that happens in every school district over the years, and we've been having attrition as well, I use the 3 to 4% attrition numbers. So pretty much either 156 students could just by attrition leave us, and or 208 students just by attrition leave us based off of the 3 and or 4% attrition measures. And so so a lot of times, again, district administrators look at these hard numbers and thoughts around where will we be projected for a enrollment that'll kind of help balance where we want to move as a school district from budgetary perspective and, of course, staffing. And so this is what I did. I just, gave us some basic information here. 5,200 students. You added 309 students. That'll bring us up to 5,500 students. But quickly after that, you have to subtract what will be leaving from us. That'll bring us to 5,100. And then, of course, you look at our area schools that are still accepting students, possibly 110 students leaving from there. That brings us to 4,994. As you can tell, our numbers are steadily going down. The 208, that's the 4% attrition number, and not to leave it by itself, I also added the 3% attrition numbers from both. And so on average, one could expect us to see anywhere from 4,700 students to 48 or so 100 students next year, down from where we are currently at, which was around about 300 students that we're losing per year. Okay. Now, if you look at our 3-year third Friday count averages, we averaged out around 4,900. So these numbers are real close together as it pertains to kind of where we are from an estimated enrollment conversation. And again, that's lower than where we are currently at right now. Okay, it's lower than where we're currently at right now. And so this information is, again, very important information that we have to have more serious conversations around, because we have buildings, again, that are not at capacity. And it's we have to have some conversations around consolidation and or school closures, because of our overall population has decreased exponentially over the past few years. And as I've stated before, I do believe that, our reconfiguration efforts to keep our elementary students back in the elementary schools could be a possible help to keep students in our district, because I've heard from, a lot of parents that they wanted the babies to graduate from 3rd grade and move down the hallway to 4th grade. And we've had additional conversations about the 5th graders also returning back to the elementary space to add more numbers to our elementary buildings. And so I wanted to also look at some reconfiguration, just future details and conversation. Steady overall declining enrollment will lead to additional conversations regarding school consolidation and or closures. It goes without saying that when you continuously have low student populations, you have to start thinking about what is it that we truly need for our school district. I've stated this before, but this is not the first time that we've had this conversation as it pertains to declining enrollment in our school district. Whether we've made changes or not, this is still a conversation that we have to have as pertains to where we are. Based on the current enrollment trend, moving all middle school students to one building, Aldrich Intermediate School, would have been recommended. And so in my conversations, based off of the middle school enrollment, we could move all of our students into one building. We could move all of them into one school building. That would definitely mean still that the West Side School District, West Side schools, being in this case Cunningham and McNeil, would not be open. That's what that would mean. This was stated in multiple places. And I've made that statement very publicly known that we could either have, again, one school on one side of town, 2 schools on the other side of town, or 2 schools on the same side of town. That statement has been, shared in many different platforms and spaces. But in this case, this could have happened. Okay, this could have happened. And again, the West Side schools, in this case, McNeil and Cunningham, would not be the school where we would move all of our middle school students to. So the West Side schools would not have a middle school if I was to move them all into one. Okay. So board, I've made this conversation again publicly known, but in doing so, I wanted to also note this would have meant that our elementary buildings would be in consideration for school closures as well. So if I would have moved all of our students to one building, I would have had to look at possibly consolidating elementary schools, Because again, we're 4,800, we're going towards that number of overall student population. So not only would I have had to, of course, close 3 middle schools, but also possibly other elementary schools. And that wasn't the step that we're making right now. That wasn't the step that we're making right now. The move to 2 middle schools will mitigate the need to close elementary buildings in the 2023-24 school year. And again, moving students back to the elementary schools kept all of our elementary schools open at the current time. That's something that I just want to make sure everyone is aware of. You know, again, if I would have moved them all, my recommendation would have been to move them all into one school. We would have had additional conversations around additional elementary schools being closed. Because again, we could consolidate some of our elementary buildings and much larger, in this case, middle schools. Okay. So based on enrollment projections, our district could move towards having 4 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 1 high school. I think that's something that, you know, is something that hasn't been discussed, hasn't been talked about, but our enrollment has steadily declined. And if let's say it declines beyond this year, now we're talking about another 300, now we're talking about 4,500 students. And these are the conversations that are definitely impacting our decisions right now. My recommendation to the school board is surely based on where we will potentially have to move. Where we will potentially have to move. And I think it's very important to note that because, again, if we keep having declining enrollment, the one building that they could possibly, again, fit into comfortably will be Aldridge. If we have declining enrollment from there, comfortably, they could actually fit into our brand new state-of-the-art building, which is Fruzen. I've also made the statement that if Fruzen and Aldridge was on the west side of town and McNeil and Cunningham was on the east side of town, I will be telling the east side of town that you're gonna have to move to the west side of town. That would be my recommendation still, because our assets and our buildings right now become very important. We do have a state-of-the-art facility that's brand new. No one here, well, in this case, board, I really want everyone to know that that is an asset for us. It's a brand new facility. It is. And Aldridge is also a facility that we could actually use to, again, to fit all of our students. And that is what we have as assets right now, as it stands. Cunningham itself has been an elementary school, was an elementary school, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I've been told that. People have been saying that. Cunningham has been an elementary school. It was an elementary school. Yes, we did add some additions to that as it pertains to the additional floors for the middle school wing and some of the changes that we made with the front entrance as well, with the cafeteria space. But overall, the building was fitted for an elementary school. So I would not move all of our current middle schoolers into Cunningham. That would not be my recommendation at the current time. And so based off of that thought, I also moved to have the additional conversations around, well, where could we comfortably fit additional 520 or so students? And I did choose Fruzen as that opportunity because, again, it's the brand new facility that we have here in our school district. And it's hard to argue the fact that I did not want to leave that school vacant. I did not want to leave Fruzen vacant. And I don't want to publicly make that known because it's a brand new asset that we have to have, that we have in our school district. And when you have declining enrollments, you have to look at your assets. You have to look at what you currently own as potential to be, I hate to say this, but potential other opportunities. Because I don't want to say we're going to end up selling, Fruzen or even Cunningham. And so we have those options that we have to look at as it pertains to when you have declining enrollment, what are your assets? And so that's an asset for us. Frusen is an asset for us. It's a state-of-the-art building, period. I've heard conversations, and I want to also state this here, that, you know, one could argue, well, did we need Frusen? Well, I wasn't here to determine whether or not we needed Frusen or not, but I can share with you that is one of our school buildings, and I am here to state again that it is an asset for our school district. And so I want to make sure that's clearly stated and noted. Cunningham, again, was originally structured to be an elementary school. McNeil has some upgrades that unfortunately was not completed and or started in either referendum opportunities that we've had here in the school district of Beloit. And again, I can't, you know, I'm not going to, form fingers of what did and what didn't happen, but it's very clear that in this conversation that although Cunningham is being repurposed under my current recommendation to be the BLA site, it does have potential to grow into other opportunities as well with the community. I'll have my teaching and learning team actually help support me in this conversation. At the mic, please. And one of the things that I want to set forth in this conversation is that when we're thinking about consolidating the school district, you're moving from 4 to 2 schools, there's a lot of different things that we will see being impacted in time. And so I wanted to make sure I gave teaching and learning opportunity to kind of run through some of these options here.
Sure, thank you. So some of the things that we've really talked a lot about is how to improve programming across the sites, and just thinking about some of the trends as far as vacancies go, and then also looking at the students that we serve and how the spaces that we have available for our students that we serve, how they best serve kids. And so one of the things that we looked at was by merging buildings, we're able to mitigate vacancies and maximize licensed teachers in classrooms. I know that that has been something that has been echoed, that we really want and desire the best quality teaching staff for our children, and so valuing licensed teachers. And so by merging buildings, we can help to do that. And in these times across the country where teaching is a practice, unfortunately, that enough people are going into, there are staffing shortages everywhere. And so this is strategic in that way. Unfortunately, this school year, we've had the most, a pattern of the most turnover actually in the last two school years at Cunningham and McNeil. And so thinking about a healthy culture and sustainability, those other 2 sites do have more stability in their staffing. We will be working with staff as we pull them over to those other sites, right, as you're creating a new culture that is a merging of 2 staffs to service one body of children. Another thing is that when we had the 4 sites, we were spread thin on our Project Lead the Way and career tech teachers at the middle school level. So what was happening is a lot of our music, art, Phi-Ed teachers were having to pick up an additional Project Lead the Way class, which was out of content. This is something that has been stressed across the staff as a burden and something that they were hoping that we could work towards. So this definitely does that. We were able to preserve our 4 teachers now within those 2 schools. So no longer will we be asking our MAPE teachers to teach out of content. It's also a fiscal savings because in order to teach Project Lead the Way courses, you have to train, the teachers have to be trained. So every summer prior to coming to the district, we were in this cycle of training music teachers and Phi-Ed teachers or anybody that the principals could pull to fill the gap on some of these Project Lead the Way courses. And so now we have 4 people that are fully trained in that, and again, that will bring stability to the system and offer better programming because you have CTE and Project Lead the Way teachers teaching those courses, and you have licensed MAPE teachers teaching those courses. Another piece is Our current band and orchestra directors will continue to service Fruzen and Aldridge, and then they will absorb our students. That is another, in receiving feedback that we have heard, is unfortunately there's been a hard challenge in having fulfilled positions on the west side, and so this will be more inclusive in the sense of bringing music and band and orchestra offerings to all kids throughout the district, because they are merging into those two buildings where there is already a more stable scenario. And what's exciting about that too is as we work through offering fifth grade band across all of our sites, we're hoping to have by the tail end of that, when we get to our high school, right, our jazz band and those types of things, that we have a more diversity of representation across our band and orchestra in the district, which has also been another concern that's been brought up. Another strength in programming is our K-5 and 6-8 by putting our 4th and 5th grade teachers back to the K-5. That's really the model, right? When a teacher goes to college and they're getting a first grade through 6th grade licensure, they are generalists. And so the way that the 4th and 8th grade model had been, you were departmentalizing 4th and 5th grade, which really isn't a best practice. And also we have overlapping curriculum. So you had a strain on your 4-8 buildings trying to be working through 4th and 5th grade curriculum materials and then supporting 6th, 7th, and 8th grade materials. So a real example of that is like our ARC reading program. That's a K-5 program. So now that won't be straddled between two grade level spans. Everyone can focus on all of the ARC materials in a K-5 building setting, right? The coaches, the teachers, the principals to lead that work. So that is exciting when we think about already the traction that we've had in academic outcome improvements in reading, and how that sort of condensed focus can really move us and propel us forward. And then the last piece I got one more bullet, because this is about servicing students. And in Cunningham, we will be servicing students. Approximately 204 students benefit in our alternative programming in our district. Many of those students live on the west side. And Cunningham is an appropriate place for high school students and for other growth, and when we think about programming. And so I just wanted to call the light to that, because when we think about equity across the district and access, the current location of our BLA students is a making do situation. And I can say that with the principal in the room. They do the best that they can to offer quality programming to our students that attend BLA, but this will allow access to a gymnasium, library. Right now, we have a teacher there that is writing an exceptional environmental science course, but they have been working on how to have a science lab because there are no classrooms there that don't have carpeting, and really a science lab should have floors. They also do not have a sink in that classroom because of the layout of that building. And so I just want to bring that to light, that this opportunity will really create access and better learning experiences for because we have 2 high schools in the school district of Beloit. And this will bring better opportunities for our high school students that attend Beloit Learning Academy.
Okay, I will address pupil services. So when I'm speaking about pupil services, I'm talking about special education and student services. With the reconfiguration of schools, we will be able to expand the continuum of services for our students with disabilities from 4K through 12. And what this means is we will be able to support students' programming to specifically meet their disability-related needs in and outside of the classroom more equitably. We will also be able to increase special education and support staff assigned to the elementary buildings, which will allow us to have a better focus on early intervention, so we can take the
displace staff from the two intermediate buildings and reallocate them to the elementary so we can deliver more intensive interventions at the elementary level. In regard to student services, we can reallocate our staff from the intermediate buildings to the high school to really align with that academy model. So we have a student services team assigned to each academy, a counselor and a social worker assigned to each academy. We can reallocate psychologists, FTE at the elementary school. Right now we have a 0.5 psych at each elementary school. With the reallocation of staff, we'll be able to have a full-time psychologist in each elementary school, and we've worked very hard to have full student services team equally across the schools, one counselor, one social worker, and one psychologist, and this will support our equitable multi-level systems of support model. And then the reconfiguration will support the consistency of special education staff at Aldrich and Fruzen. Like Teresa said, we've had very consistent staff at Aldrich and Fruzen and a lot of turnover at McNeil and Cunningham.
Good evening. With regards to staffing, the Human Resources Department identified some benefits that, much as expressed by Teresa, pertaining to teacher and learning, some of the things that came up early on in this process was how our strategic plan is really laid out and how we're implementing it. With our music program, as Teresa expressed, it was the equal access to the same quality education, the same program, so that when they transition into the high school, that everyone's on the same level. So having this reconfiguration will allow for that. In addition to that, being able to adequately staff, I know some of the feedback that we have received have been individuals that have had, are not fully licensed or in progress. They're going to programs to achieve their licensure. And, you know, it is an unfortunate reality, as we've discussed here tonight. The teacher shortage is not exclusive to Beloit. So being able to adequately staff with our fully licensed staff is also going to be a benefit when we reduce to these two schools. And we will maximize on those staff credentials the skills and abilities of the teachers that will be continuing to provide those services in those classrooms to our students. And of course, in getting our two schools to combine, it improves the cross-training and work efficiencies. It is not unusual for one school to have developed certain processes that are very efficient, but another building does things differently. So I think it's also a great opportunity for our district to get the best of all of those efficiencies from all four buildings and apply those to the two remaining buildings and others.
Talk about some of the financial impacts. First, more effectively and efficiently utilizing district facilities, quite simply just optimizing the use of the space of our current facilities. Cost reductions under the current plan, the cost reductions associated with fewer positions in staff is approximately $3 million annual savings. We anticipate a $330,000 to $360,000 cost reductions associated with lower utility and maintenance costs at the vacated buildings, and those are detailed there, kind of a range for each of them. They each vary a bit because of the square footage, the amount of utilities. This is not a cut the cord, turn off the electricity, no longer heat. For those facilities that we do vacate, attempt to repurpose, we still need to have some air circulation through there to combat against mold and other things. So we will still have some utility costs. Additional cost savings not yet estimated or determined associated with reductions in contractual custodial costs. I know how much we pay each month for custodial costs. However, I don't know how many positions HES provides in each of our buildings. And while some of those positions may need to be reallocated to support increased student needs in custodial cleaning in other buildings, there will certainly be some opportunities for reductions. That's still to be determined. Again, the ability to repurpose some of our vacated buildings to meet community needs. We talked earlier about the 22-23 budget adopted with a $4.4 million deficit. You also heard me speak a little bit about 23-24. That budget forecast currently calls for a deficit for next year. There is opportunities to continue to meld that budget. A lot of that will depend upon the state biennial budget and what flows to us from there. And then, of course, how the district and the board settles with the contractual bargaining units over 23-24 salary and wage adjustments. And really, you know, I sum up the finance portion with this closing bullet. You know, our challenge is really our financial ability to maintain our current level of services and operations. The reconfiguration plan provides an annual savings of approximately $3.5 million while still maintaining or expanding our opportunities for students. It is painful, but the benefit to the students, I hope, is there. Talk quickly about facility and maintenance. You've heard some of these before, so I won't elaborate too much on them. McNeil, you know, it's been a while since the school district has made investments in McNeil. Aldrich has some facility assets that, you know, go to support a larger school in use. Fruzen, newest building, energy efficient, fewer anticipated maintenance needs, of course, with it being a newer building. Cunningham, really perhaps better suited for high school students, and then the adjustment to move Beloit Learning Academy there. Dr. Garrison, if you want to jump to the transportation one for me, thank you.
Let me start a transportation conversation. So there has been additional conversations around transportation. I have been, you know, I have had conversations with the public around, like, you know, the transportation needs and that we will experience for a change such as what we're presenting. The district has been working collaboratively with the Durham school services to address student transportation needs as it pertains to the reconfiguration. As Mr. Shea has already stated, he does meet with the bus company, has been meeting with them, and prior to him, it was us meeting with the transportation conversation because of the needed thought of moving our students from the 4th and 5th graders back to elementary schools, and wanted to make sure they'll be able to have transportation as such was going to be needed to try to jumpstart. So all 6th to 8th grade students residing west of the river, in this case, would be offered bus transportation services. I'm not sure if that was a misconception, but I wanted to make sure people know that that is something that we're going to be offering. Durham has identified the need for additional non-buses to meet reconfiguration needs. These buses would be reallocated from other Durham bus services, locations, I should say, avoiding the need for new asset requisition cost. And so I'm not sure if most of you know that in the state of Wisconsin, there's a real funny rule stating that, you know, if you either have to build a bus in the state of Wisconsin in order to use the bus in the state of Wisconsin. It's a real funny little rule with that. In this case, they can actually pull from other Durham locations and use buses and bring them here to us, which would actually save them costs. So yes, there is going to be a cost related to increased bus driver recruitment efforts to support additional routes and substitute needs. But we are open to the possibility of having a centralized stop, such as Cunningham, with before school opportunities. I heard that, you know, this could be a problem for a lot of our families to, you know, not be able to get back and forth to school. And we are open to having conversations around this possibility. We are currently working with the school start time. We will probably end up keeping our school start times the same. I think there's, you know, maybe a misconception again that we will, you know, change our start times. We believe that we can still meet the needs of all of our students with our current start times. However, we will address the needs of all of our families and with concerns that they may have as it pertains to transportation. And so again, Durham has committed to this opportunity. Durham has committed to making this opportunity work for our school district. And at the current time, I do believe that's a good stance. They haven't came back to us and stated that they can't do this. As it stands, they believe that they can do this. And so I wanted to make sure that it's something that I put, openly and publicly to the conversation. That actually concludes our conversation as it pertains to the reconfiguration. As it stands, my recommended action is still intact. I believe that moving our students to from the west side of our school district to our east side of our school district is still in best interest of all of the best fits the needs of our school district. And when I say that again, knowing that we have declining enrollment and we will possibly be moving them into one building, it will still be on one of the east side schools, because that's where we can fit comfortably over 1,000 plus middle schoolers. And that's where we are currently with the conversation.
Board members. Okay.
Just a question, Mr. Shady, thank you for putting the numbers up on the screen. If I'm understanding it correctly, going from the 4 intermediate schools to the 2 is a savings of about $3.5 million. And feel free, anyone from the administration team, since Cunningham is not closing, did we look at the staffing? And I get that it's a layered issue because we want to focus on having licensed teachers. We want to make sure that we are fully staffed for our pupil services, et cetera, at both of our buildings. Do we have the capacity to have 3 intermediate schools with staffing? And if yes, that would take our $3.5 million savings to what ballpark?
I'm not sure that I can address the staffing component. I would defer to my colleagues to my right with regards to that. That would certainly impact the $3.5 million savings quite substantially, I would fear.
Sure. So I can speak on, oftentimes when you do staffing, you think about it as either a 0, a 0.5, or a 1. And so if you're dividing staff between, like, let me just use music, for example, because that's a recent conversation we were having. You have 1 band teacher that's stretching across two intermediates. That's 0.5, 0.5. So now if you add a third, it's like an odd number. And so you're trying to staff somebody that's not a 0.5 and not a 1.0. And that creates all kinds of issues because people don't want to work part-time, right? They don't want to receive without benefits, or you're trying to fill positions now with somebody that doesn't really have a licensure. So you might have somebody that has a choir degree, but you're asking them to also teach band, right? And so those are the types of situations with a 3 dynamic that make staffing very tricky. Even when we combine the 2 schools, or the 4 schools to 2, we will still have vacancies where we have to ask people back. We just met with Joe today to look at Aldridge numbers and staffing because that's the nature of the beast, even on a regular school year, right? We still have people that have not told us yet that they're going to leave. We had people on board recs tonight. So adding back a 3rd school just puts more stress on the system for filling positions, for trying to figure out scheduling. So now if you have a master schedule where you have band and orchestra divided between 2 buildings, we've lined up the master schedules between the 2 schools so those instructors can travel. When you add a 3rd, it creates another dynamic of master scheduling. Students are picking courses this week. All of that work starts very, very early on in the system because we have a database that we're ready to roll over, and it's like a lever, and it just puts everything into motion. And so the other pieces in that equation, we no longer are offering a new opportunity for our BLA students. And I'll let Missy and Dee Dee speak on a little more staffing if they have anything to add.
Thank you. I think as we're looking through all of our staffing for the next year with only 2 buildings housing the middle schools, we have a number of vacancies that we've already identified, even with the movement of staff, as well as the potential need to bring back some of the staff that would otherwise not return on a limited term contract. I think that if we were to add a 3rd school to be open, the number of unnecessary staff, and I say that because much to Teresa's comment, it would not be sufficient to add another full FTE, but you're not going to find someone that's only going to work part-time. So you're going to be running into those difficulties as well, where you're going to have not enough programming for a full FTE, but having to staff a building.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just to come back and try to address the financial question for the board, I pulled up a document that tells me our intermediate school costs for the current year. So this is current year. All in intermediate school, Aldrich runs about $3.9 million. That's the lowest of the 4. Cunningham is the most expensive of the 4 at almost $4.9 million. You know, so they're all in that $4 to $5 million range to run an intermediate school in the current year. And of course, probably $3+ million of that is staffing.
Thank you. That's where I was headed. So the number that you just gave for how much it costs to run the building, that's the facilities, which we aren't going to have that much of a savings on because Cunningham is still open, but also the staffing and the programming.
Correct.
Thank you.
I have several questions, but I don't want to be like a mic hog, so I'll just ask one. So on the topic of transportation, one of the concerns that was raised at our last public comment had to do with after school. So could you please speak to, or would anybody please speak to, will it be possible to ensure that students have timely transportation home to participate like in sports or whatever other extracurricular activities, whether they're offered in the district or through the Y? We have like a lot of great community partners, right, that provide programs for students. So if we could speak to whether that is that going to be something that is a barrier for students to participate?
And so all after school activities happen with students, and naturally we have to provide transportation for them to either get to the opportunity, whether it be in the sport, going away, and in this case also providing opportunities for our students to get back home. Schedule E is something that we look at a lot when it comes to, you know, looking at after school activities and how we can actually have it funded. We will continue to have those opportunities in our middle schools as we have to, because those are opportunities for our students to participate and be connected to our buildings. We would not want to, in any way, shape, or form, disenfranchise any student from participating in after-school activities. We will still reach out to the Boys and Girls Club and other surrounding opportunities in our district to see if there's additional after-school opportunities that they could participate in, as we would do in every school year. But as it pertains to athletics, that is something that we will definitely still move forward with. I have been having conversation with our athletic director about what that actually looks like, what conferences we could possibly join. It actually increases our numbers on our teams, naturally, because more students will be participating. But it also gives us the opportunity to make sure that we have leveled competition across the board. And so, yes, we will have opportunities for students participating in after school activities, and transportation has always been provided in those situations, and we want to continue that moving forward.
Thank you. I have some more questions regarding morning transportation, programming, and start times, but I'm going to yield my mic moment to share the floor. But if we could come back, is that okay, Board President Levy? Thanks.
That's fine. Other board members?
Well, we've had a lot of input tonight, and a lot of input from the public, as we did a couple of weeks ago. A lot of great input from Board Member Levy and Dr. Garrison. I'm new to this, but I really think we should move to rescind the April 4th vote and do some more research and not be so hasty to close the two schools on the west side.
So we have to form that as a motion, and we'll help you do that. Mr. Bukema, can you come and address the board and the crowd?
Rob Bukema, District Legal Counsel. The board asked for some clarity on procedures, and so I'm going to address my comments to the board, but hopefully the public will get some clarity as well as to what Robert's Rules requires as it relates to reviewing a motion that has already been approved by the board. Robert's Rules is what governs the meetings of the board and the business of the board. So the two options for the board, if you would desire to reconsider the decision, would be a motion to reconsider. I'm not going to say much about that because it would not be timely. It would have to, that type of motion has to come up at the meeting or directly after the meeting. And there's rules about who can make those motions. If you weren't part of the vote originally, you couldn't make a motion like that, but that's irrelevant because it's not a timely motion anymore. So if there is a desire to consider the decision again, there's two types of motions: a motion to rescind, as was just mentioned, or to amend something previously adopted. To rescind would be to strike out the entire main motion without any replacement, or to amend would be to change a part of the main motion or substitute a different version. The motion must be seconded and they are debatable. There's further questions on the number of votes needed to sustain a motion to rescind, and that relates to whether or not proper notice has been given of the desired motion. I looked at the posting tonight. It's obviously very clear in terms of having a discussion on the reconfiguration. It's under the discussion and action items, where I believe it would be lacking in terms of proper motion posting would be that if you were going to take up a motion to rescind, the posting of the meeting should contain a notice that says there's going to be a motion to consideration of a motion to rescind. And that has to, the phraseology used in Robert's Rules is there has to be complete substance of the proposed change. The impact of not having proper notice, now again, it was a proper notice for the meeting and the discussion. I don't want to raise any concern about that, but is there proper notice for consideration of a motion to rescind? The impact of that is on the percentage or the number of votes needed to approve a motion to rescind. If no proper notice is given, and I think that's the situation that we have this evening, then you need a 2/3 vote of the board to approve such a motion. Or you need a majority of the full membership of the board who are voting, and tonight you don't have a full membership of the board. That would be because one member is missing. So you would have 2/3 vote needed for approval of a motion to rescind. If it would be reposted for a future meeting with the proper consideration of what the board would be looking at, then it would be a majority vote. Happy to answer questions. I've tried to make that as clear as I could. Suspend the rules.
Just a minute, Mr. Fitzsimmons.
You can't suspend the Robert's Rule. You
Right.
can't. No, you cannot suspend Robert's Rules.
Right.
That's how the board's governed. You could suspend the policy, but
just a minute, everybody. So
yeah, I'm directing my comments to the board. I'm not.
Right.
I'm not going to engage in the debate.
So
with the public.
this is the thing, as we're working through this, there's proper notice given for the meeting. I'm board president, I work with the superintendent to post the agenda. I am not making the recommendation. So, and I did not receive prior notice to the agenda being posted that was desired. So we're working through the process. There's 7 people here that were all elected, and this is the decision-making space. We will work through it together, as I already said. It doesn't mean that the action can't take place. What we're working through right now is how to do that, and that's why we brought the attorney. So, Mr. Bukema, so a motion to rescind or a motion to amend something previously adopted tonight would need a second. Like any motion, if it doesn't get a second, it doesn't move forward. Correct. No action taken. And then if it got a second, as we are composed 6 people, a 3-3 vote does not move it forward. And to achieve the intended action of the motion, it would take a 4-person majority tonight? Right. Okay.
I have a clarifying question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the notice specifically to rescind, and that didn't occur. But it's my understanding that we either need a 2/3 vote or a majority of the full body, which we're a body of 7, so that would be 4, whichever count is lower. Is that accurate?
Yeah. No, those are 2 in the alternative. One is 2/3 majority, 2/3 majority, if no notice is given, or a majority of the full membership of the board. So
that would be 4.
There would be 4 votes either way.
So we would be okay to move forward with rescinding the motion, and that could pass as long as it had 4 votes.
Right. I did not say it would not be in order. I just said that.
No, I just wanted to clarify.
Make sure I'm clear that I did not say it would not be in order. I just said that it was not under the category of properly noticed, because the public and the board did not know that there was going to be consideration of a motion to rescind, at least on the posting of the notice.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Nichols.
Okay, let me try this again. I move to rescind the motion relating to the April 4th vote to reconfigure the plan as presented by Dr. Garrison, with 4th and 5th grade students returning to elementary schools, Fruiton Intermediate and Aldridge Intermediate serving all District 6th through 8th grade students, and Beloit Learning Academy moving to Cunningham, which was adopted at our April 4th, 2023 meeting.
There's been a motion by Mr. Nichols. Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion by Mr. Nichols and been seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Is there any discussion?
I still had some questions. Is that okay to
ask your questions now?
All right, thanks. Pull my thingy up here. All right. Lost my document. All right, cool. So, in reflecting on, like we talked about at governance committee, in reflecting on the concerns that were brought forward about transportation and equitable timing, I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. I'm going to jump around a little bit. So I've long been an advocate for later start times for schools. There's a lot of research that shows that later start times are of great benefit to children. And Ms. Moratek was kind enough to entertain a discussion with me about that and recommended that I reach out to our teachers union to make sure that that wasn't something that would poorly impact staff or delivering programming to students. So I did reach out to Mr. Vedra on Friday and asked, would it be possible to start school at 8:45 instead of, I believe it's 8:25? And the reasoning for that would be if there is a centralized transportation spot, like a hub of sorts at Cunningham, so that kids could still be dropped off by 8:20, which is what they are now. Could they all pick up a bus, get to school? And when I looked it up, and maybe my Google Maps are different, but when I looked it up, it's like 11 minutes from Cunningham to Aldrich and like 12 minutes from Cunningham to Fruiton. As an aside, my daughter goes to Fruiton. We live like maybe a 5 or 6 minute drive away, and she gets herself on the bus every morning and spends at least 20 minutes on the bus to go to school. she's totally cool with that. She's done that since 4th grade, and she appreciates my 11 going on 40-year-old daughter tells me she appreciates the time to decompress. But that aside, would it be possible to cut down the transportation time so we get all the kids in one space? They get to the school to say by the same time that they have to be there this year, which I believe is 8:20. They get bused from one spot to their respective buildings, which then would mitigate I think the very valid concerns that people have raised about the extended time on school buses. So I just wanted to put that out to administration. Is that still something that is like an option to be considered?
So school start times is real difficult because it's not just, I believe that naturally what a lot of our students and staff, we would love to start school whenever we really can actually get there. But we are working closely with a transportation company and the needs of our staff in this conversation and families. So I like to call it's like a triangular approach to how a district actually lands on start times. Currently, again, as stated, I do believe we could still meet our current start times for our school district, based off of what the bus company has already given us as pertains to the additional buses to meet the needs of our current start time. And so, from that perspective, students will still start school and middle school in this conversation at the regular start time, and elementary the same, and high school the same. To keep some similarities of when start times will be.
Okay, so Board Member Miller has been kind enough to let me jump in and ask a clarifying question from her question. Is the administration open to having Cunningham as a hub, if I'm understanding it correctly? So instead of doing a bus route and you get picked up door by door by door, which would lengthen the time that our students were on buses, they went to what was their home school and take a bus route from that school to the school you're attending. I just wanted to make sure that I understood the concept you were describing.
Yeah, that's correct. And the reason that I was bringing up the start time, and I mean, I'm sure that that could still work. I'm just considering, a lot of people have raised the concern about shortening the time that kids are going to have with their families in the morning. My own lived experience reflects that struggle, and it's just something that was hoping that we could maybe problem solve in response to those issues that were raised.
And nothing is, and again, from creating a hub is not off the table. I know there's some Boys and Girls Clubs could be a possible hub. There's other community spaces that could be a hub for possible drop-off points. But I just want to make sure everyone is aware that we've never necessarily figured out busing in April and May. And so these are ongoing conversations that happen naturally in the school district. And so, again, I'm not sure if any school district has it all figured out in May as it pertains to transportation. In May, because we are in May now, second week out. We haven't figured out all of those opportunities, but we are working towards making sure that those opportunities are given. What I can make a promise is, again, we will have transportation for our students to receive transportation to their school.
Thank you. Another couple of questions I had was, okay, so with regard to breakfast and morning programming, if we were able to do that with the combined effort of whatever facilities are available and we have food trucks, is it possible to offer a breakfast option to all students on the west side and potentially provide like open gym, study table? Is that something that we have the elasticity to absorb with staffing and offerings or through partnerships with our community partners?
So staffing that's a big part of that conversation. Naturally, when you're having conversations around where kids will be in the morning time or where they'll be in or where they're going, it's about who's receiving them, right? And so you have to have staffing to receive the students, to provide the services. Naturally, in the staffing conversations that we're having, whether we're making adjustments to our staffing, that'll of course increase the staffing in certain areas. But I do believe those are possibilities. I can't make any commitments to having staff being able to receive X amount of students across the school district right now even. And so I would have to look at the possibilities around that in the future.
But that is something that we're open to exploring.
That is something that we're never, I always tell people maybe. That is something that we can definitely explore.
No, I appreciate that. Another question I had regarding transportation concerns. So I guess like twofold. One, do we have people available who would be able to be present at whatever spots are available? So in case the child misses the bus, like with, again, own lived experience, I'd have to like come home from work and take my kiddo to school, and not a lot of, not everybody has that option, and I don't like really have that option either, but of course I'm gonna, help my kid out. But in any case, like, are there district grown-ups that can be available to assist if a student arrives late at a spot so that they're able to secure safe transportation to their building?
Truancy to school or targeted school or whatever variance you want to look at, that's a hard one to answer because kids arrive to school at various different times, even now in your current neighborhood. And so to say that we will be able to have this hub of possible late bus pickups for students, I can't necessarily commit to that. Again, that's just not something that we have at the current time, even capacity to do, because kids are late across the school district, more or less moving into next year. And so I'm not sure if we can commit to something as such.
No, totally got you. And then I just had one more question.
Well, one more response from Mr. Shady.
I didn't see, I am so sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Shady.
I just wanted to offer that Durham does have a Here Comes the Bus app that could be deployed to help students, families know where the bus is and, provide encouragement for them to get out to the bus location on time. I think most middle school students probably have devices or pretty accustomed to that. GPS based, it's not always spot on, of course, because it is GPS based. It's got to transmit to the satellite and back. So, the bus is typically ahead of the little blue dot on the map, but there is technology in place that can help provide that.
Awesome, thank you. And then I was just curious if there's capacity, and I don't know if this is, maybe I'm jumping in and this is like a principal piece, but I know in the past, like we've had people reach out very enthusiastically about being volunteers for the district. And I'm wondering if there is capacity or I guess like logistical possibility of organizing, whether it's through staff in the district already or, whatever the proper procedure is, like with background checks and stuff for volunteers, to be like bus buddies for students, because I understand that, I also was a kid who rode a bus to school, almost my entire school career. And yeah, the buses are not always an amazing place. As a parent, I've had a very positive experience with busing in the school district of Beloit, but I know that that doesn't reflect everybody's experience. So do we have the ability to, work with our neighborhoods and coordinate something to that effect?
So the first part, that question I will answer, and then of course I'll answer the second part as well. Yes, students have potential issues on buses. There is a report that I want to garner from the school district transportation services and bring back to the public to just make sure that we're stating that there's problems on the buses, but also want to make sure that there's data that supports that statement and what we need to do to make sure that our students can arrive to school and go to school safely back and forth. And so I just want to make sure that that's noted in this conversation as well. I don't have the data right now in front of me to determine whether or not we're having all these bus issues that has been stated. But when I get the data, I do want to make sure I bring that information forward to either say, yeah, we do have a problem on our buses and we want to get that right, or that's not true. And so I want to make sure those two thoughts are put into the room as it pertains to your statement about discipline on buses. Going back to the volunteers piece, of course, yes, we have volunteers across our school district and we reach out a lot for volunteers. After they pass certain background checks, they could possibly be a bus rider volunteer in the morning. And I don't think that's a bad thing at all as it pertains to your suggestion.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Other board members in the discussion?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. First, I'll say thanks to everybody for the feedback, not just tonight, but we've all had other conversations from the community, and I appreciate all of them. Two questions. you know, well, first, I think what we heard tonight too is we had a long road of common ground where people said, we know we need to do something. And a lot of agreement where we know we need to close schools, right? And I think where we veered off is there's two things. One, people don't feel like they were heard, okay? You can say there was opportunity. You can say there was an opportunity. The reality is, if you feel like you weren't heard, you weren't heard, okay? So hopefully we've got a chance to get some of that out tonight. Now, you also did a good job of laying out why you got to the recommendation that you did. So my first question is then, and I don't want you to rehash anything that's in there, but take the flip side of it and say, why won't one school on each side work, one middle school? Because I think to me, I feel like that's the crux of, you know, what people need to not necessarily agree with, but need to come to an understanding of.
So when you're thinking about the conversations that I've been having since we arrived here, number one is, again, declining enrollment. And so one school on either side of the town does present the conversation around when will we move to one school on one side of the town. And so it further exacerbates the conversations that we're not having, that we have declining enrollment, and our building capacities right now still won't be at capacity. It won't be at capacity. With our current configuration, it still will not be at capacity. And so the thought of we can continue this without having deeper conversations, and that's what we will be continuously having in our school district. It's almost like you have to see the opportunity that we have right now, that we can actually get in front of this conversation around moving our students to the east side of school, because if we had to put them all in one, again, I've made the statement, it'll be in a east side school, period. That's where it will be. And it does mean that we will not have a school on on the west side of town. And so for me, it's about actually getting ahead of this conversation around transportation, around moving our students to the east side of our town based off of our assets and what we have to offer, best educational spaces to learn in as it pertains to the spaces itself. And so that's something that we have to take into consideration to this overall conversation. And so to address the conversation in the room, or to address your conversation or your statement, east side, west side school, now or into the future, we will be moving students to one building if we continue to have declining enrollment. Now, with that being stated, with these other open buildings, right, because we will have, in this case, you know, Aldridge could be open, Fruzen could be open, McNeil still closed, and Cunningham, as it stands, will still be used. When will we have additional conversations around our declining enrollment in our elementary schools? Right. And so that's another big thought around kind of where we're going with 4,800 students potentially next year. These numbers have been steadily declining, and we can't keep all of our buildings as it stands intact. Now, there's also referendum conversations in this, okay? And like I've stated before, Cunningham itself was built as an elementary school. We added an addition to it to provide the larger space for our bigger kids. That's what we did, okay? Because we knew they were going to be 6th, 7th, 8th graders one day. And the curveball to that is that space is the only space that really would fit all of our students, because when we bring 500 plus students into that building, bigger space, bigger students, and I say bigger students, but the students' overall needs grows as they get older. The space does need to mirror that. So from an educational perspective, that space still fits better in Fruzen and Aldridge as it stands to keeping 2 schools open right now. And when we make the shift to possibly move into one school, we can look at third-party counts. We can start making conversations around possible cuts that we may need to already make, to start making that shift to saying, okay, now we're going to have to move them into 2 schools. And then it gives us time to look at what we're going to do with a wide open Fruzen, possibly. And again, a possibly wide open Cunningham, because I could still move the BLA students to a different space as well. So there's it's a layered conversation, but this is just a piece in this step process.
All right. My second question is, you know, we've got a motion on the floor to kind of halt and talk about this some more. So what's the impact if there's a delay? So you know, for more conversation, you know, pros and cons. What's the impact to doing that?
So number one, the motion as it stands would stop everything that we've moved forward to do. Everything. The fourth and fifth grade conversation stops. All the information that we've. Well, I'm sorry. Just a minute. This is a conversation at the board level at this current time. Okay, and so please understand that this is a conversation at the board level. This is still a board meeting. The current motion that has to be rescinded would reconsider our fourth and fifth grade students returning to the elementary schools, because that's what the rescission would have to first state. And it will also move Fruzen and Aldridge being our current middle schools as well. So there would need to be an action around, are we amending this conversation or are we stopping all of this from happening? Now, I've sent out letters, families have gotten information, elementary schools have already moved this process to K3 to fifth grade. A lot of that stuff has already happened, and I'll allow my administrative staff jump in if you would like to, as it pertains to other things that's happening, as it pertains to staffing. Some of it we've already covered in the staffing portion of this presentation, but I'll let the
Sure, I can talk a little bit about behind the scenes. So when you voted in April, that was marching orders for this team. And I say that to say there is a lot of work to do at the central office level just to end a school year, start up summer school, and to start a new school year. That's a cadence that we're already in. But what we had to do was we have to adjust all of the databases. So for example, for the past 2 weeks, our person that runs our database, SIS, has been doing all of the data entry because we roll over the system at the end of the school year, and that moves all of the data that informs everything across the district, finance, attendance, reports. We do that at the end of the year, we roll that over. So we've already started because we had to reroute all of the students to the different school sites. And so that's sitting kind of like ready to be triggered. And so we would have to backtrack and begin entering all of that data back in. We are also on a staffing timeline. So we have already started that first wave of letting teachers know where they are. We've begun the staffing conversations. We will be finishing them up this week. So I think we're about halfway through that we have met with all of the principals, assistant principals. We have met for hours to place staff to make sure that we have the right staff in the right places. So that would undo that work because we would have to, again, look at staffing. Staffing is driven by FTE, and that's driven by the number of students in sections. So if you move the kids around, you move the number of students and the number of sections. We also do master scheduling, which determines the schedule. We start that conversation in January. We're still in that conversation, but just this week we passed out to students to start enrolling in courses that they want for the middle schools. And again, that would undo some of that work as well. I've also notified DPI because when you made that vote, we have to change our entities. We have grants tied to that. We have state testing tied to that. So there are multiple conversations that we have to go back and undo and redo with the Department of Public Instruction. So those are just some things. I'm not sure if my colleagues want to add some additional things.
2 points real quick. The school board's going to need to meet in special session next week for two purposes. One, there are final notices of non-renewal that will need to be extended to the two individuals that received the preliminary notices of non-renewal. There's a number of days after the preliminary notice is given before the board can meet, but that the final notices need to be approved or adopted by the board and communicated to those two impacted employees by May 15th. And then May 15th is also a statutory deadline that we need to issue contracts for teachers for the 23-24 school year for. So, you know, talking about changes and delays and costs, we're really coming up again. I mean, we got a week.
Other board members, questions? Okay.
Just for clarification, Ms. Shope, if you could read back the original motion language that was made on April 4th. So as there's a motion on the floor and a second to rescind, so everyone's clear exactly on what is being rescinded potentially.
Sure. Do you want Mr. Nichols'
read the April 4th.
Rescension, I'd like the motion that was made on April 4th, because
Okay.
Mr. Nichols, if I'm understanding you correctly, that's the motion you wish to rescind, correct?
Okay, so the motion on April 4th was move to approve the reconfiguration plan as presented by Dr. Garrison with the 4th and 5th grade students returning to elementary schools. Fruzen Intermediate and Aldrich Intermediate will serve all districts 6th through 8th grade students, and Beloit Learning Academy will move to Cunningham.
Okay. So, any other questions, board members? This is still the discussion.
I actually do have a couple more questions, but Board Member Schneider, did you have anything? Okay, Ms. Moratek, I'd asked you before, and would you, okay, so there's three issues that I still see as I'm looking through my notes here, were, there's a concern about the disproportionality of students in poverty or students who are disadvantaged on both sides of town. So I was wondering if you have data to address that. I did have a comment that I want to make, and then while you're looking at that, Dr. Garrison, would it be possible, to Ms. Harrell's point, to reach out and maybe engage with the city and discussing some of the issues that have been raised, I believe are at least to some degree outside of the scope of the school district? Is it something that we could, and I'm not asking for an answer right now, but I'm just raising forward. I think that it would be really productive for us to meet with the municipality to address some of those pieces.
So I can address the city conversation. One of the things that I've done since I've been here is I have reached out to other public officials that work for the school district of Beloit. Work with the school district of Beloit. And naturally we have those conversations. We should have those conversations all the time. I've had conversations with Police Chief Sells. As a matter of fact, I do have a conversation with Mrs. Duncan scheduled this week. Just so happened that we have a scheduled conversation. I have met with our village manager in this conversation. One of the things that Jerry, city manager, sorry, is it Gabriel? I said it wrong. Gabrielatos, thank you. We've had conversations as well. I think the part of my position is to continuously make connections with all public officials. And I have started to do that, and I've been doing that all along the way. So yes, some of the concerns that was brought up tonight, I can easily have conversations with other city officials as well, and move forward with those conversations.
Thank you. Ms. Moratek, thanks.
Sure. So when asked about the socioeconomic status across the 4 intermediates, I was approached with that, I think with somewhat of an assumption that it's possible that that might be different across the city. But based on the Title I allocations, which is how we look at the high poverty rates, really the 4 intermediates are about the same. They're all within the 70 to 3-point range. So Cunningham is 77, McNeil 75, Aldridge 71, Fruzen 72. So they're all relatively about the same poverty rates. Currently, the demographics across the 4 intermediate schools. And just to kind of bring another layer to that, disproportionately much higher is 93% poverty is in the Merrill community.
Thanks.
Is that what you're asking?
It was. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. And then one last comment, because I'm just trying to like pull out themes from comments here that people have made. There was like a lot of discussion about neighborhood schools and the importance of that. That's some work that we started a couple years ago with Dr. Keyser, was looking at kind of community schools, and we've been able to partner with community health. There are food pantries, clothing closets, and all of these things that my own speaking just for myself can hope we continue to build. And I just wanted to point out that one of the reasons that I appreciate the plan that was brought to us is that it leaves intact all of our neighborhood elementary schools, which is a central point where families are currently getting those services met. And so I just wanted to add that commentary. Thanks.
Any other board members? And what I'll do also is I'll give everybody that one last chance to kick that as we work on that consensus part. But any other questions? Yep.
Well, to answer, I think you had a question a minute ago, or board member Amy did, but no, I don't really think we want to change the 4th and 5th graders back into the middle schools.
No, but my point, then you would need to amend the motion, because that's why I wanted Ms. Shope to read back the motion that was made on April 4th, because it did include the grade band structure with the repurposing of buildings. That was the point. Both of those things are included. So to rescind the motion undoes all of that.
So what we'll do at this time.
Hold on one second. So an option is, if you were interested in amending the motion instead of rescinding, but totally up to you, because you're making the motion.
At this time, we'll pause for a minute because I have comments too and discussion. I want to make this clear. So first, this is the sausage being made. This is the sausage being made. So in communication I had with citizens, that these are all the things that are going on in the district. This is the procedure our superintendent is following. He'll make a recommendation to the board. The board will make a decision. There'll be public input, as there has been, and we'll react to that. Before he made the recommendation, we're all just talking about things that we all agree need to happen, but no one has initiated. So that's the first point. The second point, I'm just going to lift up our board collective commitments, because as we are conducting our business tonight, these are the rules that the board are working by as we interact with each other. And I hope this is the beginning of our community being engaged, not just on this one issue, but as you heard and see, we have many things to talk about in our district. Like I said, divided community, when you look at those votes. So there's going to be a lot of conversations, and this can be the practice, but they have to be more civil than they have been. Our board commitments, number one, we commit to respectful discourse on each item as needed to honor the individual voices of the board and lift up concerns we have heard from community members. We further commit to assuming positive intent. We commit to leaning into uncomfortable conversations that will produce growth. So I think we had some uncomfortable tonight. 4, board members are clear on the decision that they are being asked to make. We have on-topic, robust, and respectful discussion. We make the decision, and then each board member supports the decision of the board, even if it doesn't align with their personal vote. So in my 2 years of serving, as we have worked with different iterations of people on this board, because every time someone new joins this board, it's a different board. But people in Beloit say the board and don't even know sometimes who's on the board. With this vote, I think what people have to respect is what we're committed to and what we're fine with is that some of the votes, it might be 4-3, it might be 5-2, it might be 6-1, it might be 7-0. But it takes time and work to get to any of those places when we're going to take a vote and have it. A practice that we have used is to develop consensus before we make decisions. And we've also taken the time to hear something the first time and then wait and make a decision on it the second time around. When we go to our practice of how we even came to this decision, Board Member Levy brought that up, but 6 other people said, no, let's do this. So that was how we proceeded. And then there was still a 7-0 vote. What people don't respect or understand is what it takes to get to that vote, to what we say achieve the will of the board, not just what Sean wants or Greg or Brian, but this is the full board speaking. And then lastly, and even in that one, to number 4, Mr. Nichols is new on the board and we've all needed help at times, but it's also my role as the board president. I provided the motion. I didn't play a game that says you don't know what to say, so I'm not going to help you. The motion, Mr. Buchema explained, we could have a motion to rescind or a motion to amend something previously adopted. There's 2 choices and ways that we can go. Mr. Nichols chose, I move to rescind the motion relating to the approval of the reconfiguration plan as presented by Dr. Garrison, with 4th and 5th grade students returning to elementary schools, Fruzen Intermediate and Aldridge Intermediate serving all district 6th through 8th grade students, and Beloit Learning Academy moving to Cunningham, which was adopted at our April 4th, 2023 meeting. That's specific because it's taken directly from board docs, because that's the motion that board member Greg Schneider made. Now we're at a place in the parliamentary procedure that if you're fine with the 4th and 5th grade part, which we decided, because we didn't decide to close 2 schools right away, we had citizens comment and they gave, yes, let's have grades 4 through 5 as the grade band. So that's where we got to on that part. So now we possibly have an issue, and this is what the discussion is for. And then number 5, we have 7 commitments, but our 5th commitment is the board commits to operate ethically by embracing accountability with integrity and transparency. We agree to approach district business with an open mind, and we acknowledge that positions may evolve based on new ideas or information. This is an important point because for our staff, Dr. Garrison as the superintendent, he's like, hey, where are you guys gonna be on this thing? For our staff that works in the district, people that are used to the previous history of the boards in Beloit saying or not doing. But to our staff, we've had this conversation before. I understand the trauma that our district has been through, but we also, as we work through this together, have to recognize that as a board, what we're saying to you all is, hey, we value your work. I know what it is to be an administrator, to make something and, hey, that ain't it, go back and do it again. Nobody cares about the 6, 7, 8, 20 times you did it. It's got to come back, it's got to come back. But we do value your work, and to our staff, even as we go through these processes, you can't let that turn into the space of, see, they're not doing what they said they were going to do. Because the thing that I would argue as a board, what we have done is the things we said we were going to do, we have done. The compensation came through last year, the compensation plan,
Just a point of order, Board President, note that we need to keep, since we're in debate, we need to keep it germane to the motion that's on the floor.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So the things that we said that we're going to do, they've happened. The hiring of a superintendent, this is the superintendent that brought the recommendation. I didn't really think you were going to hire a superintendent. We did. So even at this vote, if it changes, maybe people that voted 7-0 evolved in their position. But that's something that our superintendent working on a day-to-day basis with those employees will work through those employee groups with. So those are our commitments, 3, 4, and 5. And that's part of how we have made decisions. So I'm going to offer board members that last time to kick, and then I'm going to call for the roll call vote, or I'll ask Mr. Nichols, do you want to change your rescind, because we're in the discussion space, and then parliamentarian, what would we need to do to get that out?
So the motion is,
space.
So the motion has already received a second. So at this point, the motion would need to be voted up or down. The motion has already received a second.
we're going to move forward with what the parliamentarian tells us. Your participation is limited from that space. The lawyer works.
That can be amended like any other main motion.
Okay, listen. We're going to do what the seven of us working together come up with. No one's trying to disenfranchise Mr. Nichols and where he's trying to work towards.
Amend it to a no.
Ms. Charles, you're out of order.
Yeah, but you don't know what you're doing. You can be an amendment.
Ms. Charles, I'm going to ask you to leave in a minute.
That's what you're doing right now, President. You're gonna say all that about
Listen.
So point of order, there hasn't been a request by Mr. Nichols that he wants to amend. So we're not in a position to put words in his mouth, and we shouldn't be yelling out back and forth at the board meeting.
The action again to take.
If Mr. Nichols would like to amend his motion, he can do that. But if I just asked if that's the motion you wanted to make, there wasn't a response. So with that being said, we would need to vote the motion up or down.
No, I would like to amend it because I did not want to stop the third and fourth grade, and 3 through 5 moving back to elementary school.
Okay, then are you prepared to make an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Levy.
It's my job.
So I make a motion to amend the motion relating to moving to approve the reconfiguration plan as presented by Dr. Garrison with Fruzen Intermediate and Aldridge Intermediate serving all districts 6th through 8th grade students and Beloit Learning Academy moving to Cunningham, which was adopted at our April 4th, 2023 meeting.
So the only issue there is you repeated the same motion. So if you want to amend the motion that you just made, you want to exclude out the language for the grade bands. Then we'll vote on the amendment. That will be voted up or down. And then we'll go back to the amended motion and vote on that. So instead of repeating the same motion that you made, you want to exclude language that talks about 4th and 5th grade going back, and for 6th through 8th grade to be served at Fruzen and Aldridge. Does that make sense?
That's what he read.
Oh, I still heard the language of the 4th and 5th grade going back.
No, there's two parts of it.
But could we repeat the amendment so we can make sure that that's documented properly?
Okay, I move to amend the motion relating to moving. This is not right. I move to amend to approve the reconfiguration plan.
Just a minute. Okay. No. So what happened? I got you. Hold on for a minute.
Give me
So what happened? The first thing is to rescind the vote that took place on the 4th. He started with the language to rescind the vote exactly as it's listed in board.
May I? So this is what I believe you want to do, Mr. Nichols, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Your original motion was to completely undo what was done on the 4th. Now, the issue there is that combines grade bands with school closures. So that motion is still on the floor. If you want to amend that, it's a separate amendment to amend the main motion. So what you may want to read, you can read the exact same thing, but leave out anything that's grade specific. Does that make sense? Out.
I'm going to push.
We're going to get it. This is what you're writing. Okay. So you may want to amend your motion to
down and vote
back to
clean.
the elementary level. And intermediate schools, when middle schools serving 6th through 8th grade students. That could be your amendment to keep just the grade band, if that's what you want to do. So this is the motion. You want to amend it to say, I move an amendment of my previous motion to return 4th and 5th grade students back to the elementary level and to serve as 6th through 8th grade students at middle school in the school district of 4. Is that what you want to do? And then we can go back and deal with this. Does that make sense? All right. I'll say it. So you want to amend your previous
Okay, I want to move to amend my previous motion
to return 4th and
to return 4th and 5th grade students returning to elementary schools.
Yep, and to serve as 6th through 8th grade students.
And to serve 6th and 8th grade students at Fruzen and Aldridge Intermediate.
You don't want to talk about location.
Okay.
We're just talking about grade bands.
Okay.
To serve 6th
through 8th grade
students.
at intermediate schools.
Well, I think technically they'll be middle schools.
They're middle schools.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, okay.
We good, Ms. Shope? Hold on. No, that's going to be in the main motion. We're just talking about grade bands right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
What he did first, just listen, the language he first wanted to rescind.
That motion's still on the floor.
Right, and that's what it is. It's the exact motion.
But he wants to amend that motion to rescind, to just deal with grade bands.
Listen to me.
Yep.
Okay, this is what I have. Tell me if it's accurate. Move to amend the previous motion to return 4th and 5th grade students to the elementary schools and to serve 6th through 8th grade students at middle schools.
So for the benefit of everyone up here, if you vote yes, that means we want to keep the grade bands that we approved back in February. If you vote no, that means you don't want to keep the grade bands the way we approved them in February. We are not talking about buildings being repurposed or closed or any of that right now. That's the second step. The first step is just the amendment of the main motion. Everybody on board? Awesome.
Point of order, does that amendment have a second yet?
As I had seconded the existing motion, I'll second the amendment.
I just want to make sure the board recognizes the motion on the floor is to rescind the motion. So it's got to be an amendment to the motion to rescind. I didn't hear anything about the motion to rescind.
He said his previous motion. So we're amending his previous motion, which is the only other motion he made tonight.
And that was a motion to rescind?
To rescind, correct.
Okay.
So he's amending that motion. And then once we deal with the amendment, then we'll go back to the amended main motion.
Okay, but I think it's got to have phraseology of the rescinding in it. And right now I'm just hearing an amendment to the grade band. So
just a minute. We're going to make it clean. Mr. Bukema, give me your advice.
I'm just saying,
so we can make it.
You have to take the motion as it was said to rescind, and then you say the amendment is to only rescind X rather than rescind Y and X, You know what I mean? So then the amendment has to be, I moved not to rescind the grade band. But I want to make sure the board understand what it's voting on. I mean, because it's confusing. I mean, you're trying to make it clear. So the other option for the board is just to simply vote down the original motion and then come up with an amended motion.
But the amended motion was just stated.
Okay.
So are we ready to have a vote on the amendment?
No.
And then the next step is to vote on the amended main motion.
So what I'm going to do, board members, I'll ask your consensus. I think the cleanest thing to do is what Mr. Buikema just suggested is, and I've already talked with board member Nichols. He came in here tonight intending to undo the motion that was taking place on April 4th, 2023, and the language was provided. So that's the 4th and 5th grade because that's what board member Schneider said. You have the option to cleanly vote against that rescinding. And then Mr. Nichols will make a new motion to amend something previously adopted. And when he makes that motion, he will not talk about 4th and 5th grade. He'll just name those schools that were in that original motion, and that will address the middle school part of this. At that point, he has to get a second again, and then we will be voting on the up or down part of that.
I think that's advisable.
I'm going to poll the board members as our consensus. Are you fine with that path to move forward? Board member Schneider?
Yes.
I think it's 6 on one hand, half a dozen the other. He either amends the main motion and we vote on that, and then we vote on the amended made motion, or there's an amended motion on the floor, so it has to be addressed. So it's either a 2-step process or a 3-step process. So if I'm understanding you correctly, we need to vote down the amended motion to get back to the main motion and vote that down so he can do a new motion, not to rescind the April 4th decision, but to amend it. So that's actually adding another step.
I don't think the amended motion got a second, so
it did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to count you as a no.
If I may, can I ask a clarifying question?
Finish pulling the board first. Just think about it. Hold on to it.
I'm fine with Mr. Buikema's recommendation.
I'm a yes. Brian?
That gets us there, yes.
Mr. Nichols? Yes. Okay. So I'll pause because board member Levy, sounded like you said that Mr. Anderson did second Mr. Nichols' amendment.
We just added another step because you have to address the amended motion on the floor.
Got it.
And then you have to address the main motion that if the amendment is voted down is unamended, and that will clear the deck for a new amended motion.
100% there. So what's going to happen is Mr. Anderson seconded Mr. Nichols' amended motion. So we have the choice to vote for that or against that. If it's voted against, then the amended option will go away. If it's voted for, then we've got an amendment to a main motion that that's not how he stated he wanted it. So then secondly, after that is gone, we'll go back to his main motion, which as he started out with a motion to rescind approval of something, that is not what he wanted to do because that included the 4th and 5th grade bands. We'll have to vote that up or down. If that is voted down, then he'll offer his motion to amend something previously adopted, which will not mention the 4th and 5th grade, but will address the middle schools. You understand what we're doing? Okay. So it's been moved and properly seconded, Mr. Nichols' amendment of his motion to rescind. Any discussion?
No, but I like a roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote, Ms. Schultz.
Absolutely. Brian Nichols.
President.
No, I need an I or an A.
Oh.
Nay. No, you don't.
Do I?
I suppose you could abstain too, but that would.
Can you restate the impact of the aye or nay?
Sure.
For the
So
board?
the amendment on the floor is to undo the grade band portion. So to keep the grade bands that we approved in February. If you would like to keep the grade bands that we approved in February, 3K through 5, 6 through 8, 9 through 12, then that would be an aye vote for the amendment. If you don't want to keep those grade bands, which is the amendment, you would vote nay.
As we're in this discussion, the purpose of voting against the amendment is to clear the amendment out, and then to take the second vote, which your main motion was a motion to rescind, but you want your main motion to be a motion to amend something previously adopted. So that's a no vote and a no vote, and then your new vote.
Right, so the board is reaching a consensus to vote the amendment and the initial motion to rescind, vote those down with the positive intent of retaking up the issue of an amended motion.
Thanks for the play-by-play. Please.
Okay. Brian Nichols.
No. Right.
Brian Anderson.
No.
Megan Miller.
Nay.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
Greg Schneider.
Nay.
Sean Levy.
Nay.
The motion failed, 5-1.
Now that was the amendment. Now we're at his main motion, which was to rescind the approval of something. It included those 4th and 5th grade bands, which we didn't want to address. So it received a second. So we can vote this down, and then you'll offer up your other one, right? So
roll call vote, please.
Yep. It's been moved and seconded, moved by board member Brian Nichols and seconded by board member Brian Anderson. A motion to rescind the approval to approval of the reconfiguration plan as presented by Dr. Garrison with 4th and 5th grade students returning to elementary schools, Fruzen Intermediate and Aldridge Intermediate, serving all district 6th through 8th grade students, and the Beloit Learning Academy moving to Cunningham, which was adopted at our April 4th, 2023 meeting. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Schultz.
Certainly. Megan Miller.
Nay.
Amy Levy.
Nay.
Brian Anderson.
Nay.
Brian Nichols.
Nay.
Greg Schneider.
Nay.
Sean Levy.
Nay.
Motion failed unanimously.
Okay. I move to amend the motion relating to approving the reconfiguration plan as presented by Dr. Garrison with Fruzen Intermediate and Aldridge Intermediate serving all District 6th through 8th grade students and Beloit Learning Academy moving to Cunningham, which was adopted at our April 4th, 2023 meeting.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, that 6th through 8th grade, that's still talking about the grade bands. And I thought the point of doing all that was to separate them out.
No, the point of the processes that we just went through, Mr. Schneider's motion on April 4th, 2023 was the approval of the reconfiguration plan as presented by Dr. Garrison with 4th and 5th grade students returning to elementary schools, Fruzen Intermediate and Aldridge Intermediate serving all District 6th through 8th grade students, and Beloit Learning Academy moving to Cunningham, which was adopted at our April 4, 2023 meeting. So the whole exercise that we went through, Mr. Nichols began first trying to motion to rescind the approval of something.
I'm so sorry. Can you just tell me where we are now?
Okay.
Mr. Nichols, what the current motion is, please?
The current motion that Mr. Nichols just read, you got to look for the difference, and I can show you the paper because it might help you to see it on paper. It's the same motion that Greg Schneider made, but it takes out the 4th, 5th grade part. So I'll read it for you.
But why would you take out 4th, 5th grade, but then mention 6th, 8th grade?
Because the part that the contention is, as I see the issue as Mr. Nichols, we have 4 middle schools, they all fit in one, and we're having a decision about where to put the 2 or any of them. So that's the part that is going to be voted up or down to the recommendation. Or as we stand right now, the decision we made on April 4th is what's in place. With this motion to amend something that was previously adopted, he would be changing that Fruzen Intermediate and Aldridge would be serving grades 6 through 8, and Beloit Learning Academy would be moving to Cunningham. So at this state, our 4th and 5th grades are back at the elementaries, but the decision of what to do with the middle schools, if this motion were to be successful, is something that would have to be decided. So I'll repeat, there's been a motion by Mr. Nichols. The motion is to move to amend the motion relating to the move to approve the reconfiguration plan as presented by Dr. Garrison with Fruzen Intermediate and Aldridge Intermediate serving all District 6 through 8th grade students, and Beloit Learning Academy moving to Cunningham, which was adopted at our April 4th, 2023 meeting. That is Mr. Nichols' motion. Is there a second?
Sure. Well, we gotta undo it. It isn't right.
Well, as before we start, if you want to second it, that seconds it.
I'll second that motion.
So it's been moved by Board Member Nichols and seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Is there any discussion?
No, but could we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay. So for clarification, roll call vote, Ms. Shope, and clarification, if you are voting yay, you're voting to undo our April 4th decision. If you are voting nay, you're voting to maintain our April 4th decision. Is everybody clear? Okay. Mr. Shope, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Greg Schneider.
Nay.
Brian Anderson.
Nay.
Amy Levy.
Nay.
Megan Miller.
Nay.
Brian Nichols.
Nay.
And Sean Levy.
Nay.
Motion failed. 0 to 6.
So the part that we can go to, I mean, this is, hey, everybody in Beloit will talk about this. You remember this? Where were you? So we have our vote. What happened without interrogating board members about their votes. So we just voted and it was unanimous. What happened is we voted, the motions were made, and we are still supporting what was recommended on April 4th, 2023. So that is the place that we're at. Let me find our place in the agenda. So our place in the agenda is 6 future board meeting dates. Special Human Resource Committee meeting Thursday, May 11th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. Special board meeting Thursday, May 11th, 2023 at 6:45 p.m. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Service Committee meeting Tuesday, May 16th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resource Committee meeting Tuesday, May 16th at 6:30 p.m. Regular board meeting Tuesday, May 16th at 7 p.m. Governance Committee meeting Tuesday, May 23rd at 7 p.m. And since we moved public comment to the beginning, we're now at our meeting closing. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. We are adjourned. Motion is unanimous.